Well. Welcome in, everybody. Week 9, Chatterbox Bengals. Back and better than ever. It's already been an eventful morning in the jungle. Jermaine Burton, a healthy scratch in a game without Charlie Jones or T. Higgins, a game that everyone thought he was going to be featured. And it seems like the reports coming out is that was the plan, to feature Jermaine Burton. Then he shows up late to Friday's practice and no-shows Saturday's walkthrough. Can't have it. You have to be a professional at some point. And you can only overlook so much. And as a rookie, a guy that, was about to have a chance to break out, I think a lot of people thought this week was going to be the week that he breaks out, but not the case. Healthy scratch. One of the more frustrating sagas I've seen for a Bengals draft pick in a while, because, man, he's talented and we've seen the flashes, but those character concerns, the reason why a guy that talented fell to the third round in the first place, we're finding out pretty quickly. So, upsetting start to the day, but 4 active receivers for the Bengals. It's Jamar Chase, Andre Yoshivas, Trenton Irwin, and Kendrick Pryor, the 4 active wide receivers for the Bengals. Not a great group. I would expect to see a lot of tight end action today. Eric Hall, Mike Gesecki. Mike Gesecki's been a huge part of this offense in games without T. Higgins. See some people in the chat saying letting him play would have set a bad precedent. I'm certainly not saying you should overlook him missing practice. I'm just saying that no matter whose fault it is, it's incredibly frustrating to see a guy with that much talent not on the field because he doesn't take it seriously, seemingly. Justin Edgel asking how to become a member. That's a great question, Justin. I wish I knew how to do it on mobile, but if you're on a computer, if you're on a desktop, you should have a white join button right next to the subscribe button on the bottom of the live stream. Or if you go to the Chatterbox account, the actual homepage of the Chatterbox account, you can join a membership from there. There's a couple different options for different memberships, and then becoming a member at Chatterbox gets you a lot of different perks. We do box lunch 3 times a week, members only streams. Coming to members is a great thing. We have a lot of fun with our members. Homepage on mobile works as well. Thank you, Game Day. Much appreciated. This is a big one, folks. We blow out the Raiders. I think we could get a little hope, a little optimism in the city. If this is a 16-10 win or 21-10 win or something like that, same way we beat the Browns or the Giants, we wouldn't really learn anything, which would be incredibly upsetting. Hopefully we can blow this team out and get some good vibes as we move forward, because, man, we need it. Baltimore on the horizon next week, a primetime game. Have to perform. Lou Anarumo, big week. A lot of injuries for this defense, or for this team in general. Pardon me, not the defense. T. Higgins, Orlando Brown, Charlie Jones, all out in this game, all guys that contribute. Charlie Jones, obviously the key returner. Zach Moss also out with a neck injury, and it's feared that could lead him to IR, meaning he would miss at least 4 weeks. Certainly a surprise after he wasn't even on the injury report most of the week. Raiders have the ball first. Gardner Minshew under center. He started the season as the starting quarterback, was then benched for Aiden O'Connell, who got hurt and was taken out of the game. They open up with a bomb going to Trey Tucker. Ball hits him in the chest. Cam Taylor-Britt in coverage. It falls incomplete. Bengals seem to catch a break on that one. Trey Tucker had some yards on Taylor Britt. Taylor Britt able to get his hand in there on the ball, knock it away. Great play. Great play by Taylor Britt. That's what we wanted to see. That's what we thought we were going to get out of him early in the season. And we just haven't gotten it yet. Maybe we start now. Minshew fires incomplete on 2nd and 10. Going to bring 3rd and 10 now. Opening drive touchdowns in 3 of the last 4 games for the Raiders. Now 3rd and 10 early in this one on their first drive. Rookie center Jackson Powers-Johnson out of Oregon. Really, really a good player, but have to wonder if maybe the Bengals can get some pressure against a rookie in the middle there. Minshew fires beyond the sticks here, and it is almost a great catch by Bowers. It falls incomplete, but a late flag on DJ Ivey going to move the sticks for the Raiders. Justin, I see that green name. Finally a member. Welcome back, I should say. Welcome back. It's pass interference on DJ Ivey. Going to give the Raiders a first down on 3rd and 10 off the incomplete pass. Incredibly frustrating there. That's a tough matchup against Brock Bowers, one of the premier receivers in football this year. 2nd in receptions behind Garrett Wilson, strictly because Garrett Wilson played an extra game on Thursday night. Minshew rolls out and fires and finds Bowers again. He's going to be their leading receiver today. If this Raiders offense is going to be able to move the ball whatsoever, it's going to be through Brock Bowers. Hearing word from some sources that are at the stadium that said the stadium's full, attendance looks good, and defensive starters were introduced today. The crowd only cheered for Hendrickson and Hubbard. That's tough. Hendrickson deserves the cheers. I guess Hubbard gets the love because he's a hometown kid. But shunning the rest of the defense is interesting to note. 2nd and 1 now for the Raiders across midfield. Ball's on the 45. It's a play-action pass. Minshew drops back and fires deep across the middle. Wide open, Jacoby Myers down inside the 25. Third and 10 felt like you're going to get the Raiders off the field, but now inside the 25, Gardner Minshew moving the ball. No Devontae Adams since he left. The Raiders have been last in explosive plays so far this year. Or so far through the last 3 weeks, I should say. A handoff on first down to Madison there for 8 yards. Minshew firing deep. Broadcast showing a replay of an early hit by Sam Hubbard on Minshew, and now, after a couple throws, Minshew's working on that throwing shoulder. Interesting to note early in this one, obviously with O'Connell out. I'll take a look and see who the third quarterback is. Pardon me. Madison up the middle for the first down. Now inside the 15-yard line, Raiders offense on the move. Gardner Minshew's backup is Desmond Ridder. If Gardner Minshew is unable to play, Desmond Ridder will be in the game for the Raiders at quarterback. Minshew fine in there now, but like I said a few minutes ago, seems to have messed up that shoulder a little bit, working it like that after a couple deep throws there on the first drive following a hit by Sam Hubbard. Alexander Madison out now as the ball is inside the 10-yard line. It's 2nd and 4. And Zamir White's in the game, the former Georgia running back, who was expected to be the lead back for the Raiders this season, but Madison has since taken that role. A handoff up the gut to White, and he's stuffed for a 2-yard gain. It's going to bring up 3rd and 2 from the 5. Not a great start for this defense, not at all. Not at all. This Raiders offense, though, important to note, has scored on their first drive in 3 of their last 4 games and hasn't done much else outside of that. So if they are able to punch it in here, it's not necessarily too far outside of the mold for them, even though they are one of the league's worst offenses. Play clock down below 5 now on 3rd and 3. Jacoby Myers in motion. Raiders get the snap off. It's a handoff up the gut. And Madison is able to fight through and get the first down. It's going to be 1st and goal from the 2 now for the Las Vegas Raiders. Bengals had him contacted short of the line to gain and just able to fall through. Geno Stone diving on the pile and virtually missing Alexander Madison, forced to hang on to his legs, and Madison falls forward for the first down. 5 rushes, 4 passes, 5 consecutive rushes now down here in the red zone. After starting the drive, only throwing the ball. 1st and goal from the 2. Everyone's bunched up around the line of scrimmage. Jacoby Myers in motion again. Handoff up the gut. Zamir White. Is he able to score? It's going to be close. Hands are up. It's a touchdown for the Las Vegas Raiders. Opening drive touchdown. Zamir White into the end zone. 70-yard opening drive touchdown for the Las Vegas Raiders. What a start to this one, folks. As I noted, Raiders have been able to score on the first drive quite a bit this year, but unable to do so in the rest of the game for the most part. So hopefully more of that to come. The play is under review, making sure that he got in. As it goes to review, it looks like he's in, but I guess we'll see. It certainly looks to me like he's in. Not a good start. I mean, whether he's in or not, they're going to have 2nd and goal from inside the 1 if he's short. Just not a good showing from this defense against the Raiders. Scripted plays. William Fell in our YouTube chat says the Raiders will score at will. I sure hope not. I sure hope that's a one-off drive in this game. In this scenario, yes, John, that's right. I don't care whether or not this is a touchdown because the Raiders will score on the next drive, or the next play, pardon me. Almost certainly. That's a good point, RoboBuck. Thank you for the reminder. This commercial break's perfect chance to get your likes in. Everyone, like the stream. Make sure you like the stream. That's how we're going to get the win today. We're going to will this Bengals team to a win by liking the stream. What do we say? What do we say? Every like is one more roar in the jungle, RoboBuck? That's right. That's right. And we need it today. We need it today. We need to support this team. This is a season-defining game. No, Jade. You got to stick it out. You got to stick it out. We'll all be here. Don't go anywhere if this one goes south. We got this. What a bad first drive. What a bad first drive. Maybe the defense will toughen up. Call reversed. Zamir White is going to be short of the line to gain. Didn't see a great angle before the review, but there you see the still image of the knee down, and the Raiders on 2nd and goal from inside the 1 are going to get an offsides on the Bengals defense. Second down, and the ball moves inches. Mike Pereira, the Fox rules analyst, unsure of how they overturned that one. But regardless, second and goal inside the 1. Ball can't get any closer to the goal line without being in. Bowers in motion to the top of the screen. It's a handoff up the gut to Zamir White, and he walks in. This one won't be reviewed. It's a touchdown. About as easy as it gets for Zamir White. First rushing touchdown of the year for White. Huge push for this Raiders D-line, or O-line, against the Bengals D-line. The feet of the Raiders linemen in the end zone. There's not much you can do to stop them from scoring a touchdown when your defensive line is standing inside of the end zone. So 7-0 now, the Raiders lead after their first drive of the game. Not the start we wanted to see. Not the start we wanted to see. 4th opening drive touchdown in the last 5 games. 70-yard score with ease. Didn't even break a sweat. Gardner Minshew leading that offense all the way down the field. Man, oh man. Not what I wanted to see to start this one. Bengals offense going to get a chance to answer. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and not much else. Jermaine Burton, a healthy scratch. T. Higgins out. Charlie Jones out. Kendrick Pryor upgraded from the practice squad. It's Pryor, Chase, Yoshivas, and Trenton Irwin, the 4 active receivers for the Bengals. Expect to see a lot of All and Gesecki in the passing game. Zach Moss out in the backfield for the Bengals. So Chase Brown, the lead and lone back, until we see Travion Williams or Kendall Milton. This one, a touchback. The Bengals will take over at the 30 and try to have a 70-yard touchdown of their own. Bengals offense has to go down and score here. You can't start slow after that look on the first drive. You got to get rolling. Chase Brown obviously starting the game in the backfield with Zach Moss out. You have Chase and Yoshivas at receiver. Sample and all at tight end. It's a handoff to Brown up the middle. He's going to be able to get about 5. A good run for Brown on first down. Frustrating to see the injury bug bite this team like it has recently. Along with the weapons out, Orlando Brown Jr. also out at left tackle. Cody Ford in at the position. It's another run on second down. Chase Brown out across the 40 for the first down. 2 great runs by Brown to open this one. First and second down. Up the gut, 10 yards. Travion Williams now checking into the game. he will be the second back today without Zach Moss. First and 10 now for the Bengals after two good runs for Chase Brown. Joe Burrow yet to throw the ball in this one. It's first and 10 from the 40. Williams in motion. Chase lined up in the backfield next to Burrow. He will throw here. It's Sample across the middle for 4. I would also like to see Kendall Milton game day, an exciting player out of Georgia. I would like to see him get a little bit of run today without Moss. Opportunity to see if maybe we have something exciting on the practice squad with the hole in the running back room today. All in motion here. Again, Chase, Yoshivas, all and Sample. All and Sample stay in to block. To check down to Chase Brown, who gets the first down and more across the 50, 45, down to the 42. There we go. A good start for Chase Brown. Up over 20 total yards already today. Just a check down in the middle of the defense, and Chase Brown takes it for much, much more. Great play. Such a dynamic player with the ball in his hands. Need to see more of that, especially today. I think he's a guy that really is going to step it up. Now we see Irwin in the game, and it's another handoff to Brown, who gets the corner around the 40, out about 8 or 9 yards on first down. Chase Brown running with a vengeance today. Great run by Brown. Good burst there through the hole. Love the Bengals rushing offense here in this one. Would have been much, much more if Jamar was able to get that block, as the chat points out, but unable to. Joe Burrow drops back to pass. It's a free rusher. Max Crosby, doesn't matter. He checks it down to Chase Brown for another first down. Chase Brown making it happen, basically alone on this drive. 40 yards. Max Crosby on the rush in Burrow's face, holding him back, and it doesn't matter. Just a flick of the wrist gets the ball to Chase Brown, who's able to pick up the first down. Bengals offense moving the ball. Another team that's had success so far this year, early in games and then disappeared late, the Cincinnati Bengals. Eric All in motion joins Gesecki. Yoshivas motions now. It's a screen pass to Chase. No blockers on that side of the field. Jamar able to pick up 3 or 4. It's going to be second down. T. Higgins, Jermaine Burton on the sideline, both in street clothes. Not the picture Bengals fans wanted to see this weekend. Hopefully, more weapons on the field next week in Baltimore. Another carry for Chase Brown off the gut for a yard. Third and medium now for this Bengals offense on their first drive of the game. Just under 5 minutes to go here in the first. T. Higgins on the field versus off the field. 7.2 yards per play with him. 4.5 without. Certainly frustrating to see him miss so much time because he is such a great player when he's on the field. 3rd and 5 now for the Bengals. Burrow, no incomplete passes yet today. Drops back to pass, fires to Sample out of the backfield here. Unable to get the first down, but gets about half. It's going to be 4th and 2. Fourth and 3 now for the Bengals. Going to have to see if they go for it here. Seems like they're going to leave the offense on the field. I like the aggression early in this one. Have to pick it up. There's limited faith in Evan McPherson from this distance anymore. This will be inside 40 yards. Obviously, you have confidence in him making this. Sarcastic comment. Bengals going to go for it here on 4th and 3. Burrow drops back to pass. Is he going to be able to get it? He fires and caught by Hudson inside the 10. First down. There we go. Love the aggression there. Going for 4th and 3 on your opening drive. Tanner Hudson, the target. Certainly not who you expect. And if we don't expect it, neither does the defense. So great job by Burrow to run, draw the defender up to him, and then dump the ball to Hudson for the first down. Great play there by number 9. Keeps the drive alive. Ball inside the 10 now. 1st and goal. It's a long 9. Handoff to Chase Brown, who picks up 3. Last week, the Bengals had a 17-play, 10-minute opening drive. This week's not going to be quite as long. The 12th play of this drive. A Raiders player is injured on the field here, so they're going to step away. Bengals doing a good job on this drive, running the football. I mean, Burrow, 6 of 6 for 41 yards, but the story has been the run game. Chase Brown, 5 for 22, and then 2 catches for 20 yards on his only 2 targets. Really great to see this offense moving the ball without really a whole lot of weapons. Not necessarily what I expected early. Run behind Mims. Absolutely. When Cody Ford's in the game, those runs should be going to the right side. Obviously, when Orlando Brown's in, it's a little different of a story, but when you have the choice between Amarius Mims and Cody Ford, you got to run the ball to Amarius Mims. That was my frustration last week. We better not lose to the Raiders. You're right, L. Rollins. I'm with you. I hope not. This is not a good football team. 2-6, and they're every bit of a 2-6 team. Not a good football team by any metric except for first drive touchdowns. And they keep that alive by scoring on their first drive. Hopefully the rest of the stats come through. And that's the last we see of a good-looking Raiders offense. But I guess we'll find out after this Bengals drive. But an injury to a Raiders defensive lineman has us in commercial break as the Bengals get ready for an and goal situation. 2nd and goal inside the 5. Elsewhere around the league, Chris Olave being carted off the field in New Orleans. Pardon me, the game's in Carolina, but nonetheless, Chris Olave down on the field for the Saints. Cart's on the field, and he's being taken out. Scary sight in that game. Now back in Cincinnati. 2nd and goal from the 7 for the Bengals offense. All in Gesecki at the bottom of the screen. Yoshivas Chase at the top. Burrow drops back to pass. He's going to fire. It's Chase. Can't make a man miss. Down to the 1 as he's chopped down. It's going to be 3rd and goal from the 1-yard line for the Bengals. "12 plays, 69 yards, closing in on 8 minutes. 2 straight games with great drives for the Bengals. Hopefully this one ends with 7 as well. Burrow, Chase in the backfield. Burrow drops back to pass. He's forced out of the pocket. He's running. He fires. It's caught by Chase Brown. The Chase Brown drive ends just as it should. Touchdown Bengals. Chase Brown in the back of the end zone. 3 catches for 21 yards and a touchdown for Brown on the drive to go with 5 carries and 20 yards on the ground. No Zach Moss in this one. Phenomenal opening drive by Chase Brown and the Bengals. Plays under review to make sure he gets 2 feet in bounds. Certainly looks like he does. Controls the ball through the ground. That's going to be a touchdown for the Bengals and Chase Brown. Great stuff. Great stuff on the drive for the young running back. We've talked a lot about this Bengals run game. And there's the running backs producing. 2 feet down, 3 feet down. What's taking so long? Call it a touchdown, folks. Let's kick an extra point and move on. McPherson taking his steps. Gonna knock it through to tie the game. Kicks up and it's good. 7-7 with 1:39 left in the first. Chase Brown with a big-time drive to open this game for the Bengals offense. And that means we got a song with an opening drive touchdown. Hear that Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Hoo, 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 run, pass, or boot. Hoo, hoo, hoo. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! There we go, baby. Good looks. It's a good first drive, ladies and gentlemen. That's a good first drive. Defense is going to have to get a stop. This Raiders offense hasn't been good outside the first drive of games. That's what I wanted to see from this offense. Hot knife through butter. Should be that easy all day long. Craig Sandlin wanting a shout out for his pregame text, and he's about to get it. I put it in the chat. I stole it as my own, but I'll give him credit. 12:40 right after the Jermaine Burton news. Craig said, I've decided Chase Brown needs 20 touches this game. He was right, and the Bengals offense agreed. I went and took Chase Brown's total yards, and we're already about halfway there. John, if you're making fun of the singing, you can pay for the lessons. Bengals offense needs to get back to the first couple weeks so I can get more reps in. I think the more I get to sing the song, the better I'll become. In the last 3 weeks, not scoring a whole lot of points, that's not going to work. Eight touches on the opening drive for Brown. Love to see it. Jade, I couldn't agree more, says, I would like for us to be on top by a lot for once this season. Bengals fans need a game we can just enjoy. Haven't had that yet this year. All of the wins have been nail-biters against really bad teams, so incredibly frustrating. 0-4 at home, 3-1 on the road. Those stats are frustrating. Scoring more points at home than on the road, 24.5 to 24.3. But opponents scoring 33 against this Bengals defense in Paycor Stadium. Just not good enough. 11-play, 70-yard touchdown drive for the Raiders, followed by a 13-play, 70-yard touchdown drive for the Bengals. 2 long, sustained, very easy drives for these two offenses. Raiders offense back out there now, trying to go 70 yards again. Jordan Battle in the game at safety. It's a handoff up the gut. Chopped down by Logan Wilson at the line of scrimmage. Zamir White falls forward for 1. Luke Gesecki, the old Bears offensive coordinator, now the Raiders offensive coordinator. Another Raiders injury early in this one. A lot of breaks early for Raiders injuries. The injuries are crazy. This game's going to take all day. I'm all right with that. You take up more of my day with Bengals football. As long as we win and as long as it looks pretty, I'm all the way in. I feel like there's like 5 total commercials, guys. What do we think about that? What do we think about the commercials? Outside of the politics, I feel like there's a consistent 5 cycle of commercials. Ooh, we got some questions in the chat. I'll say it again. I'll go over it again. We have some people asking, why is Jermaine Burton out? Jermaine Burton was a healthy scratch today. Coach's decision to be out in this game because he was late to Friday's practice and a no-call, no-show to Saturday's walkthrough. So the Bengals have him as a healthy scratch as a form of punishment for the young wide receiver. The rookie third-round pick just can't get it together. Can't click. It seems like he's not. I don't know whatever it is, but for some reason it's not clicking for him. He's not committing himself to being an NFL wide receiver, and at some point I'm gonna have to stop banging the table. But we'll talk about that in the post-game show that comes up right after this one. But incredibly frustrating for Jermaine Burton to be a healthy scratch today in the game without T. Higgins and Charlie Jones. Jade asking another question about some of the trade rumors going on around the Bengals, surrounding the Bengals as the deadline nears. I certainly don't know if it's real. Diana Rossini, Albert Breer, both reporting that the Bengals have been attached to some D linemen, edge rushers, and corners before the trade deadline. Certainly not the Bengals' norm to do so. Traded for just 2 players in 20 years, or in 52 years, sorry. But, yeah, not something I'd expect, but would be a great surprise. And if we do trade, it would make a lot of sense to trade for a guy like Azeez Ojulari from the Giants. It's the kind of guy that the Bengals would be attacking in free agency anyway. This should give you a good runway to extend him before the offseason while still getting 9 games of good production out of a guy that really dominated the Bengals in that game against the Giants, which is something they value after signing Geno Stone and Sheldon Rankins this offseason. 3rd and 5 now for the Raiders in their own territory. Minshew drops back. He fires. It's Bowers, chopped down by Battle, but not until after he picks up the first down. Brock Bowers, a really good receiving tight end, a really special player. I know a lot of Bengals fans wanted him in the first round this year. Who knows if they would have taken him. Obviously valued a tight end in the draft by taking Eric All as early as they did. But Bowers snatched up by the Raiders a handful of picks before the Bengals. And now dominating the offense. Play checked at the line of scrimmage by Minshew. As the clock in the first quarter runs out. 7-7. Final first quarter. I know we said there was a lot of injuries. That feels like a pretty fast first quarter. Defense is going to have to get a stop at some point today if the Bengals want to win. I'd prefer it not being a 90-90 game against the Las Vegas Raiders. Gardner Minshew shootout. No need for that. No need for that. Chase Brown's going to be one tired fella after this week. Von Beck, I'm with you. I think so. I think he is going to be tired. He's going to get a lot of carries today. If that first drive tells you anything, 8 touches on that first drive. Great to see, honestly. Use your most explosive players. Jamar Chase is going to be keyed in by this Raiders secondary all game long because of the lack of other receiving threats on this team. You're going to have to use Chase Brown and use these tight ends and hopefully be able to pick up a win here. Peeking around the league, tied here at the end of the first quarter, 7-7 in Cincinnati. Cowboys and Falcons. Falcons lead by 4, 7-3 at home against the Cowboys with just underway there in the second quarter. About 10 minutes to go in the first half in Buffalo. The Bills and Dolphins are tied at 3. Chargers lead the Browns in Cleveland by a touchdown. Early in that one, Jameis Winston getting his second start. Justin Herbert, 5 of 7 for 58 yards and a touchdown. Ladd McConkey, 3 catches for 31 yards. Patriots down 7 in Tennessee to the Titans. Tony Pollard, 6 carries for nearly 60 yards in the first quarter there. Commanders and Giants tied at 7. Jaden Daniels, 1 of 2 for 1 yard and 1 touchdown. And Daniel Jones, the leading rusher in the game, 5 carries for 50 yards early in that one. And nearing the end of the first quarter in Carolina, the Saints are up 6 on the Panthers. As I mentioned earlier, Chris Olave out with a concussion in that game. The Ravens up on the Broncos 7-0 and in the red zone. Back in Cincinnati, a play-action pass. Minshew finds the tight end behind the line of scrimmage. A big hit by Akeem Davis Gaither cuts him down before he's able to really get going. 2nd and long now for this Raiders offense. Second and 6 now for this Raiders offense. If we want stops, make sure we like the stream. Make sure we like the stream, ladies and gents. Mike Hilton chops down Zamir White from behind. White falls forward for a few yards. It's going to be 3rd and 4 for this Raiders offense. Derrick Henry with the rushing touchdown already in Baltimore. Third and 4 for this Raiders offense. Need a big stop here from the Bengals defense. Need this stop. Come on, defense. 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4. Make them punt. Trey Tucker in motion to the top of the screen. One-on-one, Jacoby Myers at the bottom. Good pressure by Hendrickson. Makes a errant pass that is incomplete. Broken up by Jordan Battle. Great play, Battle. Good ball, Minshew to Brock Bowers. Broken up by Battle. That's a great play. Good ball, Minshew to Bowers, but Battle says no thank you. Almost a phenomenal catch by Brock Bowers to hold on through the contact, but Battle gets his hand in between those arms and just pries the ball out. Great play, Jordan Battle. That's why I wanted him in there. Because he's able to make plays like that. A.J. Cole, best punter in the NFL, gets this one away, and it's caught at the 10-yard line. With Charlie Jones out in this one, it's Trenton Irwin back to receive the punts. He fair catches that one. 90 yards is the task in front of the Bengals offense. We'll see if they're able to take it the whole way and get in the end zone. 13:29 to go in this first half. Would love to get out to a lead here and just keep rolling. Just roll the Raiders. That's the only thing that can get me back in. That's why I've said that this is such a big play. This is the last team we play, the last really poor team we play before we're going to know whether or not we're in or out of this playoff hunt. So being able to beat the bad teams convincingly is a good way to get yourself feeling better before a really hard stretch of games. I mean, Ravens, Chargers, Steelers, Cowboys after this one, a 4-game stretch that's going to tell you exactly where you stand in that playoff hunt. You're either going to have the ability to keep fighting or be done. So this is the last chance for the Bengals to really get some confidence before a must-win stretch of games. In the first half today, Daniel Jones threw a passing touchdown. That is Daniel Jones' first passing touchdown at MetLife Stadium in 672 days. That sure is a long time. That sure is a long time. That's crazy. Seven to 7 now, 13:29 to go here in the half. Bengals offense has it 1st and 10. Following the punt. Ravens up 10-0 on the Broncos, on the 5-win Denver Broncos. No one has faith in the Broncos, but they kept winning games. Maybe this is the first time they run into that juggernaut they can't beat. Bengals offense now. Another carry for Chase Brown as he gets around the corner, picks up 5 and more. Chase Brown running hard today. A late flag comes in. It's going to be on the Bengals, at least according to Max Crosby. Bengals the least penalized team in football. An interesting nugget. Never good when the broadcast cuts to a solo shot of a lineman. They just did so with Amarius Mims, but the ref's certainly talking a lot. I have to wonder which way this is going to go. No foul. Penalty waved off. 2nd down for this Bengals offense. No penalty yardage to discuss. Burrow drops back to pass, fires across the middle. It's caught by all. Laid out by the Raiders safety. But pops up and signals 1st down. Way to go, Eric All. Love to see that. Big time hit by number 20 of the Oakland Raiders. But a great catch by Eric All and able to hold on through the contact. What a play. Burrow in the shotgun, Chase Brown behind him. Chase in motion now. It's a quick jet pass to Chase. He gets the corner, stiff arm, and about 8 on the play for number 1. Got to get the ball to Jamar Chase. That's exactly the way to do it there. Be creative. Just get him in space. If they're going to double and triple team him all day, which I certainly expect with the Bengals' litany of wide receiver injuries and scratches, you're going to key in on Jamar Chase all day. You got to do stuff like jet passes in order to get him the ball, and that's what you have to do. That's what you're going to do because he's too crucial to this offense. He can't just be a decoy. This time, Yoshivas in motion. It's a pitch to Chase Brown, who gets tackled for about a 1-yard gain. Going to bring up 3rd and 1. Tyree Wilson, the Raiders' first-round pick out of Texas Tech. Third and 1 for this Bengals offense. At 3 and 5, the Bengals' need for a win cannot be overstated. 3rd and 1 now. Line to gain is the 45. Play clock down. 3, 2, 1. Bengals get the snap off. It's going to be a quick pass to Chase, who gets it and is able to turn upfield and pick up the first down. Not sure how much I love that play call on 3rd and 1, but when it's Burrow to Chase, I guess you just trust it. Great quick pass there, and Chase able to get upfield and get the first down. Would certainly say just run that route beyond the first down marker so you don't have to turn and take that couple steps, but lucky for the Bengals, able to get that first down. 1st and 10 now on the other side of the 45. It's a play-action pass. Burrow has some time, but he checked it down to Eric All, who unable to make a man miss. All slow to get up. 12 straight completions to start this game for Joe Burrow. That's a career high. Eric All limping to the sideline, now goes down behind the Bengals huddle. Eric All hurt. Non-contact injury for Eric All. He's down. And that's certainly not something the Bengals could afford today. A guy who's had injuries in his career gets hurt, non-contact, goes down in pain. Grabbing that right knee, that is the concern with Eric All. A really talented player at both Michigan and Iowa, but the injuries allowed him to fall in the draft. Bengals took a risk on him with the 115th pick. He's played great so far, already a big impact in this one. But now down a non-contact knee injury. Certainly scary. And not what you want to see with the already depleted receiving core for the Bengals. 2 catches for 24 yards today with All, and by the looks of it, that's going to be it. Burrow drops back to pass, checks down. It's Brown again, able to cut through, pick up the first down, make a man miss, and get more out to the 45. Great play by Chase Brown. The burst cannot be overstated. Game Day makes a great point in the chat here on YouTube. Every risk the Bengals took in this year's draft class seems to be going the wrong way already. We've seen Amarius Mims miss part of a game with an injury. We now saw Eric All go down non-contact. Jermaine Burton's character concerns we've talked about quite a bit. You have to take risks in the draft, but, man, you got to hope you hit. First down carry goes to Chase Brown. 2nd and 9 now for this Bengals offense. 8 carries for 30 yards for this Bengals. Pardon me, not for the Bengals, for just Chase Brown. 8 carries, 30 yards for Chase Brown. Another Raiders injury on defense. A lot of injuries early in this one for the Silver and Black. As they step away, we'll peek around the league one more time. I do this just as much for myself as I do for you guys. Try to stay up to date on the happenings around the league with while doing the stream. I love doing the stream, but fantasy and gambling and all that good stuff. Got to know what's going on around the rest of the league, and I'm glad you guys are joining me, and I'm sure you want to know too. Bengals going to win? Soccer bets? I certainly hope so. Raiders and Bengals still tied at 7 here. Bengals with the ball with under 9 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Falcons up 11 on the Cowboys. 14-3. Dolphins up 10-3 on the Bills. Tua, 10 for 11 for 82 yards and a touchdown. Maybe he is the key to getting that team back. I don't think he necessarily gets as much respect as he deserves. We saw how crucial he is to that offense the minute he went out. Chargers up 7 on the Browns, but the Browns in the red zone. Nick Chubb, 7 carries for 21 yards. Patriots down 7 to the Titans. Drake May threw an interception early in this one, and the Titans offense was able to capitalize. Buckeye Nick Vanette, the one with the receiving touchdown. Commanders up 14-7 on the Giants in MetLife. Saints down 1 in Carolina, 7-6. Bryce Young, 8 of 10 for 62 yards and a touchdown. Certainly nice to see him playing well. Ravens up 10-0 on the Broncos, but Bo Nix with a passing touchdown to Courtland Sutton. 10-7 now, the score in Baltimore. That one was a 9.5-point spread, a huge spread between two teams who are currently in the playoff picture in the AFC. Certainly something that's a little bit surprising, but alas, there we are. I'm going to try to fix this on the fly. I think I bumped the table. That's a little bit better. We'll get that fixed when we take a quick break. Burrow drops back to pass, fires to Chase out across the 30. It's going to be 3rd and short now for this Bengals offense as the clock ticks down in the second quarter. Nate Hobbs, the injured Raider before that last break, now in the injury tent. Trace Brown motioning to the backfield next to Joe Burrow. Bengals 2 for 3 on 3rd down so far today. The one they didn't get, they picked up on 4th. Burrow drops back to pass, fires, caught by Gesecki, contacted right as the ball got there. Great play, strong hands by 88 to bring that one in for the 1st down. Big time play. Burrow in the shotgun, 1st and 10. He walks up to speak with the O-line, checks with the receivers. Ellie check for the Bengals offense. Burrow play action, ball's tipped high in the air, incomplete. Nearly intercepted. Whoo-wee! Bengals dodge a bullet there. Wow. Max Crosby gets around to Marius Mims, gets both hands in the air, tips the ball, throws Joe Burrow to the ground while that ball's in the air. Burrow pulls Crosby down on top of him to prevent him from making a play on the ball. Wow. That's the kind of play that definitely gets picked off. So Bengals dodged a bullet there. That's Joe's 1st incompletion of the game. Burrow drops back to pass, step-ups in the pocket, fires, and it's incomplete. Broken up by Polamalu. Good in-breaking route by Trenton Irwin. Just a really good hit by Polamalu. Irwin can't hold on through the contact. You see his whole body compressed there. That's football, folks. Love that play. Tough when it's against your team, but it's a good play by the defender. 7-7 ball game in the second quarter. We're going to step away just for a second. I'll be back before they take another snap, so don't go anywhere. Just a quick break. 3rd and 10 now for the Bengals on this drive. Second drive of the game for the Bengals. 7-7, play clock ticking down, ball's outside the 25. Burrow drops back to pass. There's pressure on the play. He's able to scramble. Fires on the run. Caught by Gesecki, but they say out of bounds. What an incredible play that would have been, folks. What an incredible play that would have been by Mike Gesecki. Unable to get his second foot in, they say. Yep. Just out of bounds. That knee touches down in bounds, but that foot out, and now relying on the foot of Evan McPherson. A 44-yard attempt from the right hash. McPherson takes his step, and the kick is up. It's close, and it ekes in that right upright. Man, a close one for McPherson. But they all count just the same. That one gets in the upright. And that is a field goal for this Bengals offense. 10-7 now is the lead with 7 minutes to go here in the first half. Jesus is right, guys. That is not the cleanest kick, but man, they'll all count just the same. I'll take it. I will take it. Why can't it ever be easy? That's a great question. That's a great question. I don't know what happened to my camera, folks. I'm trying to get it back in its spot. There we go. Now I think it's locked in. We must trade or we have no hopes, folks. I hope those reports are correct. I hope those reports are correct that the Bengals are making trade calls and requests to improve this team. That would be phenomenal. There's nothing that can add a spark to a team more than your front office co-signing that they believe in you and giving you a chance here. Ojulari makes so much sense. Bengals also targeting corners as well as edge rushers, and the Rams have reported to be looking to move on from Tre'Davious White. That, to me, certainly seems like a perfect veteran presence in a young DB room. Patriots also reportedly looking to move on from Jonathan Jones, another guy that fits that bill, in my opinion. A great veteran presence in a young DB room. The bigger names, a great point. Marshawn Lattimore, certainly one of the biggest names on the trade block now as we near the trade deadline on Tuesday. I would love Marshawn Lattimore as a big-time Buckeye fan myself, but we're already talking about the Bengals going outside their comfort zone to make a trade deadline move. Marshawn Lattimore would be a big-time leap. If I had to put money on it, I would still say that the Bengals are not going to make a trade deadline move despite the reports of interest. McPherson sends this one away with 7 minutes to go in the first half. Bengals lead by 3. Eric All injury update. Doubtful to return with a knee injury. Not what you want to hear for the bright young tight end. Certainly thought he was going to be featured in the offense more and more as this week and season progressed. Incredibly unfortunate to see that happen to the young player. Andrews Pete in at left tackle for the Raiders and still unable to run despite the change. Alexander Madison stacked up at the line of scrimmage. It's McKinley Jackson there first. I'd be thrilled about either move game day. Trey White or Azeez Ojulari. Any kind of move that this front office is saying they believe in this team and the direction that they're headed, I would be excited for them to make. I think these guys want to see that. I think anyone would want to see that. 2nd and 9 for this Raiders offense. Minshew in the gun. Drops back and fires deep. It's caught by Myers out to gain about 20. To gain a 20 on the pass play. A Raiders offense that hasn't had more than 10 explosive plays since losing Devontae Adams already has 2 today. It's a play-action pass. Minshew finds Jakobi Meyers, who's running free across the middle, across the 30, down to the 25. A 23-yard gain for Jakobi Meyers on his 3rd catch of the game. Just abysmal. Talked earlier this week about how the Raiders have not been able to have an explosive passing game, and I thought that'd let the Bengals off the hook. But it seems like anyone can have an explosive pass game against the Bengals now. So, whoopee. 3 catches for 65 yards for Jakobi Meyers. 3 explosive plays on his own. Mike Hilton in the face of Gardner Minshew, who gets the ball to Myers and chopped down in the backfield for a loss of 1 by Von Bell. Mike Hilton with good pressure on Minshew, and Bell able to make the play there. Minshew in the shotgun on 2nd and 12. Madison motions out to the top of the screen. He's the wide receiver on the outside. Hendrickson with the pressure and brings down Minshew. There's the sack. Number 91. Bringing down the quarterback. Love to see that. Great player. Great player. Trey Hendrickson just taking number 75 back into the pocket and then swiping across his face. Andres Pete had no chance and Minshew nowhere to go. Hendrickson able to bring him down. Great play. 8 sacks so far this season on 36 pressures with 15 QB hits for Trey Hendrickson. It's a handoff to Alexander Madison, almost able to get back to the original line of scrimmage. But it's going to be 4th and long, 4th and 12 for this Raiders offense. Carlson now on for the field goal to try to tie this one up. 3:14 to go here in the first half. Andres Pete now down injured. That's interesting to note because Andres Pete is in for the injured Colton Miller, who got hurt on the Raiders' first drive. So now Trey Hendrickson's going to be lined up against a 3rd-string left tackle, assuming neither of the two of them return in this game. Certainly not what Raiders wanted to have happen on that side of the ball. Everyone knows the importance of the left tackle, especially when you're playing a guy like Trey Hendrickson. Something I didn't notice on the box score recap, but looking into it, Bo Nix with a receiving touchdown today. Bo Nix with a receiving touchdown today from Courtland Sutton. I believe I read that earlier as Bo Nix to Sutton, and I think that was just what my brain expected to see and not what actually happened. It was Sutton to Nix, a 2-yard touchdown pass to the rookie quarterback. That's crazy against this Ravens defense. See some Josh Allen love in the chat. There's always room for Josh Allen love here. Josh Allen is a real good player. Really, really special quarterback. Bengals facing a field goal attempt when we get back here from the injury timeout. And then we'll have about 3 minutes to get some points of their own. Andres Pete, the left tackle out of Stanford, the 10-year vet, headed to the blue medical tent. As I mentioned, he replaced the injured Colton Miller, their starting left tackle. So now down to the third stringer on that side if Pete can't go next time the Raiders offense is out there. Snaps back, holds down, and Carlson bangs this right through the middle of the uprights. It's a 10-10 ball game with 2:58 to go in the first half. Raiders are going to send it back to Trenton Irwin and this Bengals offense. Injuries brutal to start in this one. Both ways, absolutely right, chat. Both ways, brutal injuries. We need some better vibes. We don't have a tie game here. We don't want a tie game here. Raiders, Bengals, 10-10 with about 3 minutes to go here in the first half, and we don't want a tie game. So make sure we like the stream. Make sure we're in the chat. Good vibes. Bengals offense about to be out there, try to take the lead before the half. Daniel Carlson's kick will go into the end zone for a touchback. Bengals offense will take over at the 30. Hasn't given the Bengals a chance to return a kickoff yet. Raiders got the ball first, so a classic Bengals 2-for-1 potentially coming up here. 3 minutes to get in and then getting the second half kick. Give me some 2-for-1s in the chat. Give me some 2-for-1s in the chat. TDs in the chat, 2-for-1s in the chat. We need it all. We need it all. Joe Burrow throws. It's a screen pass to Chase. Tipped and bobbled. It's incomplete. Thank God. Flag flies. As it may be an ineligible man downfield. And that's exactly what it is. An eligible man downfield on the offense. Amarius Mims will move him back. Bengals will give first down another go. Frustrating play there by Mims. Burrow drops back to pass on 1st and 15. Fires deep across the middle. Snatched out of the air by Mike Gesecki. What a play. 88. This guy's a hell of a receiver. There we go. Big time chunk play. Burrow to Gesecki, 9-88. A little bit of a jump man himself there. Great play. Full extension by the tight end. Gets the ball moving across the 50 now for this Bengals offense, trying to get a little 2-for-1 opportunity. 20 seconds to the 2-minute warning. It's a handoff up the gut to Chase Brown. He gets a few. That run will take us to the 2-minute warning as we prepare for second down. Mike Gesecki, man, continues to deliver when T. Higgins is out. When he's asked to step up in the offense, the man delivers, but not when he's not high on the totem pole, it seems. But I'm not complaining. I'll take it when we need it, and we definitely need it today. And he's giving it. He's giving us what we need. Burrow, 16-19 for 128 yards and a touchdown. Chase Brown, 9 rushes for 34 yards. He's the only one who's carried the ball on the ground. And then he has 4 catches for 33 yards on top of that. So 60 yards, over 60 yards for Chase Brown today on just about 15 touches. That's really great stuff. Mike Gesecki, the second leading receiver, 2 catches for 27 yards. Most receptions on the team, Jamar Chase with 5, as we kind of expect, but not a whole lot to show for it. Just 26 receiving yards on those 5 catches. The lowest average per catch on the entire team. Touchdown would be great. 2-for-1 would be great. Bleed this clock here, 2 minutes. Don't give them time to do anything on the other side and then score a touchdown as we head to half. It'd be great. Or don't kill the clock at all and score right here. Because why get cute? We just need points. With an offense that struggled the last 3 weeks, I'm done with cute. Let's just get points on the board. Need a touchdown here. Field goal doesn't get me excited going into halftime. Need a touchdown here, folks. Need a touchdown here. 2-for-1s in the chat, because that's what we're going for. 2-for-1s in the chat, because that's what we're going for. We need it. We need it. We need 2-for-1s in the chat. Second and 6 now for the Bengals offense. Burrow drops back to pass, gets clobbered by Max Crosby, but it's a penalty for roughing the passer. Hits him in the helmet, did Crosby. Burrow and Crosby seemingly both agree on that one, that it shouldn't have been a penalty, but multiple flags came flying in. Burrow seemingly says, they can hit me. Offsides on the defense. Offsides followed by a personal foul, unnecessary roughness, as they blew the play dead and Crosby didn't stop is the call. But it didn't seem like many people stopped. I mean, obviously a flag there, but yeah, that's tough. Helmet-to-helmet contact, no-brainer flag. First and 10 now for the Bengals. We'll absolutely take it, Akron Zippy. That's right. No complaints for bailouts. Chase Brown up the gut. First down and more. Out to about the 20. Brought down by Trayvon Moehrig out of TCU. Great stuff. Chase Brown making a difference And big time shout out to this offensive line. Ted Karras, Alex Kappa, combo block getting to the second level. Karras takes care of Bob Spillane. And Chase Brown out to about the 20. First and 10 from the 21. Burrow in the shotgun. It's a screen to Jamar Chase. Splits the defenders and drags Moehrig for a first down. Great stuff. Flexes on the play. Well deserved for Jamar Chase. It's 2-on-2, and it doesn't matter because Jamar Chase can make it happen in the tightest of quarters. Contacted just a few yards past the line of scrimmage and picks up the first down. Burrow drops back to pass. In the shotgun, he scrambles under pressure, he fires. It's Yoshi at the 3. He dives. Is he in? Hands are up. He's in. Touchdown, Bengals. There we go, Yoshi. Always got faith in Yoshi around the end zone, baby. That's what he does. That's what he does as he scores. The Princeton product. We get one more song in the half. That's the 2-for-1s in the chat. That's the likes on the stream. That's what it leads to. We love to see it. Yoshivas extending for the touchdown. Beautiful stuff. 32 seconds left in the half. Bengals get the second half kickoff. This play under review now. Making sure Yoshi broke the plane of the end zone. Barely. But I don't know if this is one you can overturn. They will not. As McPherson takes his steps for the extra point, snaps up, holds down, kick is good. Bengals with their second first half touchdown, which means a second first half song. Hear that Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Hoo, run past her boot. Hoo, and defensively he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! There we go, baby. Good stuff. Good stuff, offense. We get the ball at half. We go score again. We win this game like 30-10. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Thank you, Chase. I appreciate it. It says nobody's ever done the song better than Jacob. That's what they told me. I talked to the experts. They said no one sings the song like you do. I do apologize every time I sing the song because it's not pretty, but you're going to get it. Kick out goes out the back of the end zone. It's going to be a touchback for this Raiders offense. 30 seconds from the 30 before halftime. Bengals will be receiving the second half kickoff. Only 3 first half possessions for the Bengals. Points on all 3. Shotgun Minshew. He fires across the middle. Caught by Jacoby Myers. Brought down in the middle of the field across the 45. 26 seconds now as the Raiders use their second timeout of the half. That's a big chunk play. Not what you want. Not what you want. Got to tighten up here with 30 seconds left. Now down near 20. absolutely have to prevent any points here from the Raiders. Need the 2-for-1. Not the 2-for-2. We do really need help on D. There's nothing else to it, Jade. There's not a lot of talent on this defense. The guys out there don't know where to line up. They have an inability to make plays. Hopefully you can develop some of them, but certainly going to need outside answers for a lot of these question marks. Minshew alone in the backfield. 27 seconds to go here in the first half. It's a screen pass to Jakobi Meyers. Brought down inbounds by Jordan Battle. Clock ticks down to 22 seconds. 2nd and 4. Raiders use their final timeout. Daniel Carlson, one of the best kickers in the entire NFL. His target line, at least according to the broadcast, is right about the opposite 40. Do I think Lou is on the hot seat? I certainly think so. And whether he should be or not, I think it's more because he'll be the scapegoat if this season continues to go the way it's going. I think Lou is the easiest trigger to pull when it comes to firing somebody instead of, Taylor or Tobin or a bunch of the other guys that I don't think are going to be fired anytime soon. It's a lot easier to move on from a coordinator than a bulk of players or head coach. 2nd and 4 now for the Raiders with 20 seconds here in the first half. Minshew in the backfield fires deep, ball way over the head of the receiver. Miscommunication there. 3rd and 4 now. (17-10) Bengals lead. Bengals get the second half kickoff, so a crucial drive here for this defense to prevent the Raiders from getting any points. Really would love to get out to a 2-touchdown lead. That would be awesome. 3rd and 4 with 20 seconds left. Brock Bowers in motion. Minshew checking. Drops back to pass. He fires incomplete to Amir Abdullah. Incomplete. 4th and 4, and the Raiders are not in field goal range. Are they going to try the kick? Or are they going to try to throw? 17 seconds here on 4th down. It appears the Raiders are going to take the delay of game and punt this ball away. So great work by this Bengals defense to hold the Raiders after a big play to start the drive and force a punt. Great work by this Bengals defense after a big chunk play to Jakobi Meyers early in that drive. Really had me scared. But the Raiders are going to punt this ball away. Hooday, Molly, welcome in. I enjoy how Cincinnati's attempting to run the ball as well. Something that we've talked about a lot here on Chatterbox Bengals is the Bengals' inability to run the football. Not today. Hasn't been the story today. Trenton Irwin back to receive. A.J. Cole sends it deep. Best punter in the NFL. Gets this one well inside the 5, down to the 2. Seems like they're going to mark it a little further, maybe the 3 or 4. There is a flag on the play. Would be big if it's on the Raiders. It is not. It is on the Bengals. Holding on the receiving team is going to move this ball back. 5 seconds left on the clock. Going to be near impossible to take a knee. You're going to have to run a play here, probably just a handoff and go down. Make sure you get out of the end zone, obviously the only worry here as we near halftime. Bengals are just going to take a knee no matter how close they get to the goal line. Burrow drops to the knee inside the 1. Clock ticks down, and there's halftime. So, folks, as this one goes to half, we'll step away for a few moments after we take a look around the league and check the box score. So halftime in Cincinnati, Bengals lead 17-10. A great first half for this Bengals offense. 18 of 21 is Joe Burrow with very, very limited weapons on the offensive side of the football. He's 18 of 21 for 149 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's good enough for a 128 passer rating. Yet another really, really good half for Joe Burrow. Chase Brown, 4.6 yards per carry on 10 carries. Great production so far out of him. Just 1 carry for Joe Burrow for -1 yards. Jamar Chase, 6 catches, leads the team for 37 yards, which also leads the team. That's hauling in all 6 of his targets. Chase Brown second, 4 for 4 for 33 yards and a receiving touchdown. Mike Gesecki brought in 2 of his 3 targets for 27 yards with a big-time long of 24 on a great play. Eric All, who's doubtful to return with a knee injury, 2 for 2 for 24 yards. Andre Yoshivas with the 10-yard touchdown catch. And then Drew Sample and Tanner Hudson with 3 catches for 18 yards between the 2 of them. For the Raiders, Gardner Minshew just over 100 yards on 9 of 14 passing. Alexander Madison over 4.5 yards per carry, but Zamir White not nearly as productive, 1.7, though he does have their lone touchdown. Jacoby Myers, 6 catches for 86 yards. Really the only piece of this Raiders offense that's torturing the Bengals so far today. Defensively, Trayvon Moehrig leading the Raiders in tackles. Always a good sign when the opposing team's safety is leading them in tackles. The Bengals able to get to the second and third level on many, many plays today. Peeking around the league just in case there's any surprises. Falcons up 14-10 on the Cowboys at half. Third quarter just underway in Buffalo as the Dolphins are up 10-6. Chargers lead the Browns 20-3 at halftime in Cleveland. Halftime in Tennessee, it's a 7-3 lead for the Titans. Commanders up 21-7 on the Giants. Jaden Daniels, same amount of touchdowns as incompletions. So he's back in action doing what he does. Saints lead the Panthers 13-10 at half. Broncos down 14 to the Ravens. Pretty chalk across the board so far today. While this one's at half, we're going to step away, but we'll be back before you know it. Thanks so much for tuning in. Make sure you like the stream and stick around for halftime and postgame, as Craig Sandlin will join me for an immediate postgame show as soon as we wrap up. So just during halftime, we're going to step away for a second. We'll be back before the second half gets underway. Make sure you like the stream and stick around for second half coverage here on Chatterbox Bengals. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Oh, and we're back. Halftime in Cincinnati. Bengals up 17-10. Not a lot of surprises around the league so far today. Pretty chalky across the board. Lions players rolled up to Green Bay in Green Bay sucks hoodies. It's pretty good stuff. That's pretty good stuff right there. Love a good old-fashioned division rivalry. We know. Something about that in the AFC North. Love to see them doing the same thing. Shout out Wyatt Stone. Just seeing your tweet. Thank you for the support. Hope you're still in here joining us the rest of the way. There we go, folks. We're saying Thursdays is time. The Ohio 5-1-3, we're saying Bengals don't need Jermaine today. Thursday is likely his time, likely no T still. I'm holding out hope that no T this week was more of a precautionary measure to have him ready for the bigger, quote-unquote, bigger Ravens game next week. That's what I'm hoping. Him and Orlando Brown. I'm hoping that this was more of a precautionary holdout as they get closer to 100%. I hope they both play next week. I think they should, just based on their injury designation. No Name in the chat saying he bet on the Bengals this week to cover 7.5 and the over 45. He said probably not getting the over, but hoping for the win. You're close to over pace. Bengals go 3 drives with a touchdown. You could get back in this thing, No Name, with the over. You could get back in this thing. See AJ Worse in the chat saying Burton is a clown. We'll break down what we all think about Jermaine Burton today on the post-game show and talk more about that situation when Craig Sandlin joins me after this game to discuss, hopefully, a Bengals win. We'll definitely talk about that one, I assume, to lead off the show, barring some kind of craziness in this one. Carlson sends the kickoff deep, so huge that we scored at the end of that first half as Kendrick Pryor takes the knee in the end zone for the touchback. Bengals offense back out there again. Three possessions, 3 touchdowns for the Bengals, not counting the kneel down. Really, really good stuff from this offense that we haven't really seen in the last couple of weeks. 17 points in the first half. That matches their highest total in that stretch. Burrow drops back to pass to open up this second half. Rob Spillane gets there but misses the sack. Max Crosby also unable to get home. It's a chase down. And Crosby unable to catch Joe Burrow. Dual threat Joe strikes again. 10-yard scamper for the first down. No one talks about Nine's legs, but man, shows him off again. Saw that 50-yard touchdown run against the Giants a few weeks ago. This time, running for the first down. What a great run. I love Joe Burrow, man. I just love Joe Burrow. 1st and 10 now. That's a handoff to Chase Brown, who gets through the hole and more. He's got space. He's running. He's across the 40. A 20-yard run for Chase Brown. Beautiful. Beautiful. Perfect double teams and climbs. Chase Brown able to break through the first tackle and pick up much, much more. Whoo-wee! I love me some Chase Brown, folks. I love me some Chase Brown. He heard all the conversation about that Bengals run game. 11 carries for 67 yards on the ground for Chase Brown so far. Over 20 in the air as well. Burrow drops back to pass. He fires. It's caught for the first down. It's Kendrick Pryor. Excuse me, they're going to mark him just short. It's 2nd and inches. Kendrick Pryor sighting. Hello. Not the receiver I thought was going to step up, but there he is. 2nd and 1 now. Good opportunity to take a shot. Jamar Chase, orbit motion. He's going to get the ball behind the line of scrimmage. Good things usually happen here. Not much more than the first down, but we'll certainly take it. Move the sticks. 20 for 23 is Joe Burrow today. Just elite play. 7 catches, 43 yards for Chase. Bengals here in the shotgun. Burrow takes the ball, fires deep to Andre Yoshivas, who's held on the play. It's going to be pass interference on Jack Jones. Move the sticks. Bengals going to have the ball and goal inside the 10-yard line. We love big plays off of penalties. That works just the same. Clear pass interference there all over Andre Yoshivas. Bengals gets the ball inside the 10. William Felses gets ready to sing. Oh, I'm always ready to sing. I'm always ready to sing, gents. Got to get a touchdown here. 23-yard penalty there. Bengals have the ball inside the 10 at the 7. Tanner Hudson in motion. It's a handoff to Chase Brown, who's contacted at the line of scrimmage, but it doesn't matter. He picks up 5 down to the 2. What a great showing from Chase Brown in this backfield, man. Really, really good stuff. Good block by Hudson, or at least a good effort to get in the way there of Tyree Wilson. And Chase Brown finds the small hole and picks up good yards. 105 total yards for Chase Brown and a touchdown so far today. Just phenomenal stuff. That play was designed to be a passing touchdown to Amarius Mims. That would have been awesome. But ball sails out of bounds. It's going to be 3rd and goal. Man, now that I know an Amarius Mims touchdown is in the playbook, I have one thing and only one thing that I want. Burrow in the shotgun. He takes it. He's forced to roll out. He does, and he fires. It's caught. Drew Sample, touchdown. Where's Reed Mouse? There's your guy. Drew Sample, offensive weapon, touchdown. I love it. 23-10. We got a song coming after the extra point. Drew Sample. We all know good things happen when Drew Sample gets in open space. Great play design there to make it happen. Scramble drill, Drew Sample. I love it. TD for the guy. 23-10 pending this extra point. McPherson takes his steps, holds down, kicks up, and it's good. So we're singing again. Hear that Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry. An offensive brute, hoo-hoo-hoo, run past their boot, hoo-hoo-hoo. And defensively he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals! Put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati! Woo! 24-10. Bengals lead by 2 scores. There we go. We can relax a little bit. That's right, chat. That's right. We can relax a little bit. 2-score lead. Jacob Swift, I'll take that. Maybe I'll do my own Eras tour. Tupac Tissot, I think I like that one even more. Hooday, that's right, Molly, Hooday. Give me some Hoodays in the chat. This offense is rolling. Make sure we like the stream. That's right, Jade. I wish more games felt like this. You're absolutely right. We want some push-ups. Lily's in the chat asking for some push-ups. We could maybe get some push-ups. We're gonna need more likes though. We're at 51 likes. We get to 100 likes before this game hits zeros. I'll do push-ups for how many points we score before the post-game show. But we got to get to 100 likes before the end of the game. Then I'll match the points in push-ups. And that's right, chat. That's a successful 2-for-1. We love 2-for-1s. I love the vibes in here. It feels good when you're rolling like this. This is what we were supposed to be doing here in Chatterbox Bengals all year long. We have some bad breaking news on the Bengals injury front. B.J. Hill has been ruled out for the remainder of the game. B.J. Hill out for the remainder of the game today against the Raiders with a rib injury. So B.J. Hill not going to be out there for this Bengals defensive line the rest of the way. He's been such a good player since he returned from his injury earlier in the season. That's a really tough one. Hopefully he can bounce back on the short week before the Ravens game. McPherson sends that one out the back of the end zone. That's right, Game Day. He's a top 5 highest graded D tackle since week 3 when he came back. He's been a really, really good player for this defense. That's a tough one. Jacoby Myers, 86 of Minshew's 100 passing yards. Raiders with the ball at the 30. Minshew drops back to pass. He looks Myers' way, able to avoid the pressure, and he fires to Harrison Bryant out to about midfield. I also hate the kickoff rule, chat. The kickoff rule is brutal, not easy on the eyes. A Raiders lineman, it appears, down and injured on the play. Harrison Bryant also limping after the catch and run. That's 3 offensive line injuries just today for the Raiders. A group that was already banged up coming in. Another commercial break for another big-time injury. Just crazy here in Cincinnati. That's a ton of injuries today, really slowing this game down. Hit that like button. That's right. That's right. Hit that like button. 100 likes. 100 likes. I'll match the Bengals points push-ups if we get 100 likes before this game ends. Hooday. Ravens up 31-10. 9.5 point spread. Thought that was too many points. Maybe not. Ravens offense, just rolling. Peeking around the league, I mentioned that the Ravens are up big over the Broncos, 31-10. Panthers have the lead over the Saints. Commanders, 2 touchdowns. 11-point lead over the Giants, 21-10. Patriots up 10-7 in Tennessee against the Titans. Dolphins up 13-12 against the Bills thanks to a missed extra point. Chargers 20-3 over the Browns. The Falcons an 11-point lead over the Cowboys. And then obviously here in Cincinnati, a 2-touchdown lead for your Bengals. The Bengals have better odds to make the playoffs than the 5-win Denver Broncos. A shocking thing to notice on the sportsbooks earlier this week. Minshew in the shotgun on 1st and 10. It's a handoff up the gut. Hit in the backfield by his own player, but doesn't matter. Madison able to get a few yards there. A solid gain of 4. It's going to be 2nd and 6. Real makeshift offensive line here for the Raiders. A lot of injuries forcing a lot of different moves. Handoff up the gut again. Madison picks up 3. It's going to be 3rd and 3 now for this Raiders offense. Five total offensive linemen available for the Raiders, says the broadcast. That's crazy. Third and 3 now. It's a fumble in the backfield. Ball's kicked and it's out. It's out. It's scooped by Logan Wilson and he's tackled at the 20. Bengals offense going to take over. There we go, baby. First down, Bengals. Botched play by the Raiders offense. Bengals going to take over. There we go, gents. Woo! Big time play. Raiders try to get cute on the jet sweep. It's a botched handoff. Kicked by the Raiders player. Scooped by Logan Wilson. Taken just outside of the red zone. Give me some TOs in the chat. It's the Raiders' 18th turnover, most in the NFL. Glad the Bengals getting in on the fun. Joe Burrow, now in the shotgun, throws the deep ball. It's not caught by Yoshivas. Ball ends up in the stands. Love the first down shot, but it falls incomplete. 2nd and 10 now. Game day, I'm 100% with you. Get down on that ball. I don't like the scoop there, but at least it worked this time. 2nd and 10. Chase Brown motions. to the opposite side of Burrow. It's a handoff up the gut, and he gets a ton. Pickup of 9. Going to be 3rd and 1. Incredibly effective running by Chase Brown, pardon me. Have to wonder if we see much, if any, of Zach Moss when he gets back. Chase Brown looking like a bell cow back here. I know it's the Raiders defense, but man, really effective running. Burrow with a QB sneak on 3rd and 1. Ugh, makes my skin crawl, but it's a first down. Hold your breath as he gets up, and there he is. First down for this Bengals offense. Got to get that ball in the end zone. Burrow under center here. Ball's at the 10. True sample motions to the fullback position in front of Chase Brown. It's another handoff. This time Max Crosby blows it up. A loss of 1. The Bills have taken the lead against the Dolphins thanks to a 63-yard touchdown pass from Josh Allen. Second and goal now from the 11 for this Bengals offense. Timeout forced to be called by confusion on the offense. Not what you want to see. That's what comes with the lack of active receivers. You have a lot of guys that are forced to be in a lot of situations that they aren't normally in. Confusion there calls for a timeout. Mike Ackley in the chat. Got to give Mike Ackley some credit. One of our longtime listeners here at Chatterbox, and he was sharp on this college football slate. I didn't think Louisville had a chance. I was high on Clemson, and he told me that Louisville was going to get the win, and they did. So big time kudos to him there, knowing his team. Bengals offense now 2nd and goal from the 11. Joe Burrow checking at the line of scrimmage. Takes the ball in the shotgun. Forced to scramble after pressure from Crosby. Works his way back to the line of scrimmage. Fires to the end zone. It's caught by Gesecki. Touchdown Bengals. Over 30 now. Let's go. This offense rolling. A Gesecki chase joint gritty. What more do you want? That is beautiful. 30-10. This is the dominant win we were asking for. A lot of time on this clock, but let's keep it rolling. Love to see both sides of the ball clicking in this one. Burrow finds Gesecki in the end zone, which means we're singing again. That joint gritty was phenomenal. 31-10. The Bengals lead. And whatever the nickname is that the chat wants to come up with this time, we're singing again because I hear the Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Hoo, run past our boot. Hoo. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woohoo! Let's go! 70 likes, and they're scoring some points. I'm going to have to do some push-ups. If you guys keep rolling. We'll see. Great drive. I'd gladly take a Grammy nomination, John. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hooday, Laura up. Welcome in. Good to see ya. That's right, David. You know me so well. You know me so well. We just got to keep it rolling. If they get a dominant win here, I'll be right back in. Blackmore, show me some respect. I'm not worried yet. I'm worried soon. I'm worried very soon, but I'm not worried yet. There we go. Eric All has been downgraded to out for the rest of this game. Frustrating one for the Bengals. A nice young player with injury concerns. Really the only reason that he fell in the draft. Bengals took a risk on him, and there's the worry, was that injuries were gonna pop up, and it seems like they have pretty early. What a great play by Burrow to find Gesecki there in the back of the end zone, scrambling around. Jamar Chase just cracking up at the Gesecki gritty in the end zone. Love to see this team having a good time. It feels like this whole year it's just been frustrating, even the wins. Finally, seems like this team getting to relax a little bit. This is what you're supposed to look like if you're the Cincinnati Bengals against the Las Vegas Raiders. And against bad teams this year, you just have not looked good. And now you do. That's something to be proud of. Gardner Minshew and the Raiders offense takes over with 7.5 minutes to go in the third quarter at their own 30-yard line after the touchback. Tipped ball by Jermaine Pratt. Great pass rush there. That's right, Ohio 513. Cincinnati has just been one of the bad teams so far this year. It's nice to finally see them taking care of a worse team, which is a nice place to be. Second and 10 now for the Raiders offense. Jacoby Myers in motion to the bottom of your screen. He's matched up with Cam Taylor-Britt. This time a run up the gut to Amir Abdullah. Picks up 2 yards. Minshew might not have the magic anymore. That's right, Blackmore. Minshew drops back to pass. Some good pressure here. And Minshew leaves the ball short. Jacoby Myers asking for a flag, but one's not going to come. 3 and out for this Raiders offense. 4th and 8. Bengals going to get the ball back. Patrick Ricard sticks the ball in the end zone for the Ravens. They extend their lead over the Broncos. AJ Cole to punt it away. Best punter in the NFL. And that ball goes inside the 10. There is a flag down as Trent Irwin goes to return it. Awkwardly brought down at the 18. A 58-yard punt. Absolute boomer from AJ Cole. Checking on the flag here on the punt. Ineligible man downfield on the kicking team. First down for the Bengals, going to get a boost to that field position. William Fell, talking about the Raiders' draft prospects, says he sees them going after a quarterback. I certainly agree. I think they'll be picking in the top 10, if not the top 5. Would definitely expect them to take a quarterback in that position. David Shaw predicting first down run, second down run, third down incomplete pass punt. I hope not. Have not seen the Bengals punt yet today. That's been a great, great thing. I don't think there's many QBs worth taking very high this year, David Shaw. That's a very, very good point. We've seen Carson Beck's draft hopes plummet over the last few weeks. 11 picks in their last 5 games. Or 11 turnovers, sorry. I think there's a lot of projects in this year's draft class, and we see the NFL not being willing to work on projects in recent history already. Benching Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson, 2 of the top 4 picks of the draft just last year. Or 2 years ago, rookies last year. I think Cam Ward and Shedeur are both worth taking in this first round. I don't know how high I would take them. I expect them both to go in the top 5 just because of how much positional value matters in the NFL. I don't think Ewers is worth a first-round pick. I think he will be a first-round pick. I don't think Jalen Milroe is worth a first-round pick. I think if he's able to go into LSU and get a win and lead Alabama to the playoffs with 2 losses, which I do think is a stretch, I think he will be a first-round pick, whether he deserves it or not. And then same thing I think goes for Garrett Nussmeier of LSU. If they're able to knock off Alabama and make the playoff, I think Nussmeier could end up being a first-round pick. It's kind of crazy how reliant this draft class, I think, is on the remainder of the college football season. So many big games left to play. We'll see what happens. Riley Leonard's definitely going to get drafted, and he's another guy. If Notre Dame's able to rip off an 11-1 season and make a run in the playoff, he could end up going pretty high in the draft. Fifth career 4-touchdown game for Joe Burrow today. Just another great one for the Bengals quarterback. Yoshivas in motion here on 2nd and 4. Burrow hands it off to Chase Brown, who's brought down in the backfield. Finally, a measure of revenge for this Raiders defense. Brown has had a huge day on the ground. 3rd and longer now. Third and 5. You have been correct so far, David. You're an incomplete pass away. Yoshivas, Gesecki, Chase at the bottom of your screen. Travion Williams in the backfield with Burrow. Second half timeout used by the Bengals with 5:15 left to go here in the third. Third and 5 for the Bengals now after the timeout. Burrow in the shotgun, same formation. Burrow drops back to pass. He's pressured, but gets the pass off. It's behind Jamar Chase. Falls incomplete, and David Shaw, round of applause. Run, incomplete pass, punt is the winner. Bengals go 3 and out and have to kick it away for the first time today. That's a shame. First punt today for Rico. Ball hit well inside the 20 and brought down after just 5 on the return to the 25. Blackmore's battling for push-ups. Look, guys, I told you what you needed to do. I'm ready to do them. I'm not worried yet. I'm worried soon. We'll see if we get a shot at Desmond Ridder. No name saying it looks like he's headed in. We'll see. He's right. Desmond Ridder in the game. Homecoming for the UC playoff quarterback. Now in for the Raiders. Pass to Brock Bowers, complete for a gain of 1. It's going to be 2nd and 9. Desmond Ridder in the game for the Raiders. Ridder traded from the Falcons to the Cardinals this offseason, cut by the Cardinals before the season, and then the Raiders brought him onto the practice squad after the injury to Aiden O'Connell and have elevated him ever since. Minshew takes it. Sorry, not Minshew. Ridder takes it in the shotgun. He's hitting fumbles. We'll see if that's an incomplete pass or not, but right now they're calling it a fumble recovered by Logan Wilson. They're calling that Bengals ball. We'll see if it stands. They now say incomplete pass. What a shame. That one close. Barely an incomplete pass. 3rd and 9 now for the Raiders. 37 pressures now for Hendrickson. That's good enough for 6th in the NFL. Let's see if he can get another one on 3rd and 9. That pass intended for Trey Tucker, UC to UC, but no luck. Incomplete, 4th and 9. Raiders going to punt it away with 4:26 left to go. This defense has looked very, very good today. Defense continues to shut down bottom of the league level talent. Good game against the Browns, the Giants, and now turning in a good one against the Raiders. Glad they're able to shut down the offenses that should be shut down. That does mean something. I'm not here to victory lap good performances against bottom tier offenses, but it means something to do what you're supposed to do against some of these teams. A flag on 4th and 9, going to be a false start on the Raiders. Bounce them back a few yards before this punt. Fumble, 3 and out, and another punt here for the Raiders in this second half. A.J. Cole sends it away. Trent Irwin fields it at about the 16, makes one man miss, gets across the 20-25, brought down at the 29. "62-yard punt, 13-yard return. Then we get a good shot of Marvin Lewis on the Raiders sideline. Marvin Lewis, an assistant on Antonio Pierce's staff. Obviously, Bengals head coach for 15 years. in the early 2000s to the mid 2010s. Love him or hate him, this guy is a crucial piece to the Bengals' history and getting this team back to a competitive place in the league. Chase in the motion here. It's a handoff to Chase Brown. There's a lot of bodies in the backfield, but again, it doesn't matter. Chase Brown able to pick up some decent yardage there on the run. He's turning something out of nothing a whole lot. A lot of people in this city really like Marvin Lewis. A lot of people in this franchise still revere that man. Love the chat's push to get to 100 likes. I love it. (31-10) Bengals lead. 2nd and 4 now for the offense. Ball's at the 35-yard line, just inside. Tanner Hudson in the motion. Joe Burrow rolls out off the fingertips. Pass was high. Hudson can't haul it in. 3rd and 4 now for the Bengals. See some people in the chat saying bench Burrow in the 4th, play Jake Browning. What do we think about that, chat? What do we think about playing Jake Browning over Joe Burrow in the 4th quarter? I know protecting from injury is definitely an important thought, but keeping this offense rolling and cooking against this Raiders defense could be really good for just morale moving forward. 3rd and 4 now, play clock ticking down again. Bengals only 1 timeout because of similar issues so far this quarter. Another pressure on Joe Burrow, but he gets it to Sample, bounces off the tacklers, and picks up the 1st down. Bengals move the sticks. Drew Sample out of the backfield. Great check down by Burrow and a great move by Sample to pick up the yards despite the contact. Yoshivas in motion on 1st down. It's a run up the gut to Chase Brown, whose contact at the line of scrimmage falls forward for 2. And Brown is slow to get up. Maybe just getting a breather there. He hops around, now motioning for a sub. Brown is coming out of the game, but jogging under his own power. 94 rushing yards, 33 receiving yards. That's 127 total yards today for Chase Brown. What a game with Zach Moss out of the lineup. Needed him to perform, and he absolutely is delivering. Burrow back to pass, pressured again, unable to get out of this one. Brought down in the backfield, a swarm of Raiders defenders. Burrow brought down, just Travion Williams just ran over by the blitzing defensive back. Trayvon Moehrig disregarding the 3rd string running back and getting home to Joe Burrow. That's a shame. That's a block Zach Moss certainly picks up. Burrow drops back to pass again, pressured again. Pushed down by Max Crosby, who then hugs him after the play as if to say, don't throw the flag on me. Burrow throws the ball into the turf. 4th and 15. Bengals going to punt it away. I mean, that looks late to me. Rico punting back-to-back drives now. No punts all day, and then back-to-back drives now with a punt. This one checks up phenomenally and goes out of bounds. No! They say touchback. Oh, man. Almost the perfect coffin corner punt for Ryan Rico. Oh, that would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. But no, touchback. Some discussion about potentially a challenge. The Bengals are challenging the spot on the punt. Did Ryan Rico just execute the most perfect coffin corner punt we've ever seen? We're about to find out. Bengals challenging the touchback. This ball very, very close to being a touchback. Almost the perfect punt. We're about to find out off this review. Man, that is beautiful if it's called back from a touchback. Either way, a really, really good punt by Ryan Rico. It's a matter of inches. Big challenge here. This would be awesome for Rico, the undrafted rookie, to have a perfect coffin corner kick. Oh, man. Now some questions on the broadcast on whether this is even reviewable. Oh. Heartbreaker. Call on the field stands. It's a touchback. Ryan Rico does not get his coffin corner punt. Still a great one nonetheless. It's a touchback. Raiders offense going to take over at the 20. Madison in motion. It's a pass. And chopped down by Mike Hilton. Great play. Something he's been great at ever since he got to Cincinnati. Just a phenomenal slot corner. Flies all around the field. David Shaw says, no way that gets overturned. No view definitively showing you going in or out. You're absolutely right. That's a very, very tough play to get overturned. Certainly not one I would expect to get overturned. But when you're up 21, I don't mind challenging it if you see something you like. It's a handoff up the gut to Madison, who's chopped down after a gain of 1. 3rd and 10 here. Raiders don't have to snap it before the end of the third quarter. Ravens are up 41-10. Know a lot of people had that game circled just because what it could mean for the Bengals in terms of getting back into the AFC North hunt if the Broncos were able to pull off the upset. Not going to be the case as the Ravens are dominating that game. Ravens are going to take it to the end of, or Raiders, pardon me, are going to take it to the end of the third quarter. We need 4s in the chat. We know the deal. We need 4s in the chat. We need 4s up. We need 4s in the chat. That's right. All the 4s everywhere we can get them. It's fourth quarter. We got to win a game. We've looked dominant so far. Dominant through 3. Keep it up. Foot on their neck. Knock them out. Fourth quarter. Big time quarter for this team. Got to get the win. Got to continue to look dominant. Don't crack that door open. Don't give the Raiders any more points. In fact, go score some more on your own. Fours. Come on. You got a name for the Mike G. Gritty Natty Ron? Let's hear it. I need a good name for that celebration. I think that's a video we've all been waiting for ever since Gesecki got to town, finally able to get it. Fourth quarter right around the corner here in Cincinnati. Bengals up big, 31-10 in this matchup with the Raiders. I said before the game, this is the biggest game left on the Bengals schedule because you gotta look dominant against bad teams, and Bengals certainly have so far today. $45-10, we might have to break it up into a couple sets. If we get to 45-10, we might have to do a couple different sets here. Desmond Ridder 2 for 4 for 0 yards. It's now 3rd and 10 for the Raiders' backup quarterback. His second series at the helm of this offense. Cam Taylor-Britt, one-on-one at the top of your screen. Ridder's pressured, going to be forced to run, and he has nowhere to go. Woo! Trey Hendrickson, yet again, making plays. Woo! Hell yeah. Seven guys at the line of scrimmage. Von Bell drops out. Great play. Raiders now punting. A.J. Cole backed up near his own goal line. Feet inside the 1. Steps towards the 5 as he kicks it away. 14 and counting in this fourth quarter. Irwin takes the punt. Makes a few men miss, but doesn't really gain any ground. Bengals offense will take over at about the 20-yard line with 14:06 on the clock. Botched handoff leads to fumble recovery, leads to touchdown. What appeared to be a strip sack by Trey Hendrickson changed to an incomplete pass, but the Bengals defense still able to get pressure most of the day today. 2 sacks for Hendrickson. $10 points allowed, 160 total yards allowed, and 2 for 9 on third down are the Raiders. Burrow finds Gesecki across the middle for the first down and more out to about the 35. Have yourself a day, Mike Gesecki. Gesecki continues to perform when T. Higgins is out. When he's asked for that bigger role, he's been stepping up. Jamar Chase joins Joe Burrow in the backfield, now motions out. Burrow fires that direction. It's picked off by Jack Jones. It's going to be a pick 6. Same play Jack Jones had against the Chargers last year, just jumping the screen pass and taking it to the house. Joe Burrow picked off by Jack Jones, pick 6. 31-16 on a pretty poor decision for Joe Burrow. Andre Yoshivas just unable to make any contact on his block, any contact whatsoever on the man lined up directly across from him. And we're all of a sudden in a 2-score game here, folks. 31-17, Bengals lead the Raiders. 13-17 to go here in the game. Not what you want to see. puts a stain on what's been a really, really good game so far for this Bengals team. Can't take your foot off the gas. That was tough. Just not a good play. Not a good play. I don't know how Yoshi doesn't get that block or how you throw that pass. There you go, No Name. You are over. That's right. The screens to Chase really do get annoying. I absolutely understand the sentiment, chat. It definitely is annoying to see all the screens to such an electric playmaker. You see everyone else use their guys downfield, and the Bengals just never do. Never do. It's all screen passes to Jamar Chase. I'll never understand that. You're absolutely counting on a Yoshivas block there, but man, still just a brutal series of events in a game that's been so clean for the Bengals and Joe Burrow. No flex zone. Jamar Chase route tree is butt this week. Thanks for the analysis, Colton, and I think I agree. Incredibly frustrating. The inability to scheme guys like him open when you don't have a second elite option, I don't get. Hey, I also want Chase to get a touchdown, Natty Ron, so we're in the same boat there. Will we see Burrow again when the Bengals offense takes the field? I certainly think so. 2-score game now. There goes your chances of seeing Jake Browning, chat. I know you wanted him, but it's too bad. You're going to have to watch more Joe Burrow. A little bit of a pooch kick there by Daniel Carlson trying to use the new rules to his advantage, and he does. Ball's out on the 25 as opposed to the 30 at a touchback. Good decision by Carlson. Good execution to net a gain of 5 yards on that kickoff. Bengals ball at the 26-yard line. 4-yard difference from a touchback. It's a handoff up the gut to Chase Brown, who gets to the 29, maybe 30, before he's brought down by a swarm of Raiders. Second and 7, 12:40 and counting down in this one. Burrow drops back to pass. He fires to Chase Brown, who makes one man miss, unable to stay on his feet, and goes down, leaving a 3rd and 4. Burrow in the shotgun, empty set, no running backs next to him. Now Sample motions into the backfield. Raiders bring pressure. Burrow fires downfield for Yoshivas, and it's incomplete. Bengals going to punt it away for the 3rd consecutive time. Andre Yoshivas had a step on Jack Jones. Ball's just a little bit behind him. Almost makes a great play. Gets both hands on it, but unable to bring it in. Ball falls incomplete. Rico punting again. Maybe we get lucky this time. Inside the 10. Some space for the Raiders returner out across the 30. Ritter taking the field again. Down just 2 touchdowns. Nerve-wracking. This game far closer than it needs to be. It felt like Bengals domination the entire day, and then a pick 6 brings the Raiders back within striking distance. Offense hasn't been able to move the ball. Defense has been playing well, but pick 6 puts them back within striking distance. Going to need the defense to keep playing well. Raiders have the ball now on the plus side of the 30. A pick 6 of our own certainly would be nice, Jade. Certainly would be nice. I would gladly take that. Yoshi and Chase's routes need to switch. No name, I think I might agree. When we get those route trees from Next Gen Stats, I'll certainly take a look. Frustrating that we're reaching a relative sweat here after such a good game. Yoshi ain't T. Hey, I hate to break it to you, John. That's not exactly groundbreaking news. Bengals do not have a number 2 wide receiver on their roster right now, and they're going to need one next year. It's going to result in them having to use a premier pick at wide receiver when there's so many other holes in this team. No timeouts remaining for the Bengals with 11:30 to go here in the fourth quarter, thanks to 2 play clock running down confusion snafus leading to timeouts to preserve delay of games, and then a failed challenge on a punt spot leave the Bengals without any timeouts late in this one. Check down from Ritter to Amir Abdullah, brought down by Jordan Battle after a gain of 4. 2nd and 7. Ritter fires for the first down. It's caught. First and 10 now for the Raiders. Ritter moving the ball here for the first time, really, for this Raiders offense since the beginning of the game. A check down there to Trey Tucker. 2nd and 4 now for this Raiders offense. The quick passing game with Ritter seems to be having a little success. Not what you want to see if you're a Bengals fan. Amir Abdullah upended short of the first down, but not by much. 3rd and 1 for this Raiders offense. Under 10 minutes now. 2 for 9 are the Raiders on 3rd downs in this game. This run up the gut for Amir Abdullah gets it by barely half of the football, But a first down nonetheless for the Raiders across midfield now with a fresh set of downs. Ritter dropping back to pass, seemingly setting up a deep shot, but checks down to Brock Bowers for a gain of 5. 2nd and 4 now, gain of 6. Ritter's 4 for 4 for 20 yards on this drive. That pass batted down, incomplete. His first incompletion of the drive brings up 3rd and 4. Third and 4 with 8:50 to go in this game. Desmond Ridder has given this Raiders offense life here in the 4th quarter. This is the best they've looked since the first drive of the game. 3rd and 4 now for the Raiders. He fires to Jacoby Myers, who picks up the first down. Jacoby Myers making this Bengals defense pay. A slant there against Cam Taylor-Britt, enough for the first down. Ridder passes again, just goes down on his own. Chris Jenkins celebrates the sack. I guess they'll give it to him, but it looked like Ridder went down on his own. 2nd down for the Raiders. Ridder just took a dive. Hendrickson with pressure here. It's a check down to Abdullah, who gets across the 30, picks up much more than you'd like on 2nd and 14. It's going to be 3rd and manageable. 3rd and manageable now for the Raiders. Need a big-time play here. 3rd and 4. Trey Hendrickson! Bull rush! Let's go! 91! Big-time players make big-time plays! There we go! Right through the tackle's chest! Put him on the ground! There we go, Trey! Straight through 77's chest. Brings down Desmond Ridder for the sack. What a play. What a game by Trey Hendrickson. Love to see that. 4th and 12. Raiders leaving the offense out there. Bengals bring pressure. Get to Ridder. Knock him down. Ball falls incomplete. Bengals defense gets the stop. There we go. That's what you want to see. That's what you want to see. There we go, Trey. And then kudos to Lou bringing pressure on that 4th down. Love to see it. 1st and 10 now for the Bengals offense. The handoff to Chase Brown, who gets across the 40 to the 41. Bengals offense looking to add to this lead with 6.5 minutes to go. Would love a 6.5-minute touchdown drive here. Just take the air out of the football and get in the end zone right at the end of the game. Burrow under center. It's another run to Chase Brown, who into the back of his own men. That's Matt Lee in the game for the Bengals as an extra lineman. Love to see that. First career 100-yard game on the ground for Chase Brown. Love to see that. Zach Moss out. You knew he was going to get a lot on his plate today, and he's seized the opportunity and really done a great job, proving that he can be a feature back in this offense. Doesn't need the extra help. Love to see it by Brown. A really, really good game. 105 rushing yards, 37 receiving yards, and a touchdown. Great, great stuff. 3rd and 2 now for the Bengals. Under 6.5 minutes. Oh, my goodness. Burrow, deep shot to Chase. A great throw. A great throw. Oh, man. You got to catch that ball, Jamar. You got to catch that ball. Oh, they jumped off sides! First down! First down, Bengals. There we go. That works just the same. First down, baby. There we go. It's nice playing a team that's more poorly coached than you are. Raiders are a more poorly coached team than the Bengals. It's a nice change of pace. Usually the Bengals are fighting an uphill battle on the coaching front. Not today. And taking advantage. Handoff to Brown, who makes one man miss. Can he get the corner? Not really. A gain of 2 yards as the clock stops. Not what you want there. Six penalties for over 50 yards today for the Raiders. Just a sloppy, sloppy football team. Burrow under center. It's another handoff to Brown, who picks up 2. It's going to be 3rd and 6. Raiders use their last timeout to preserve as much time as possible. 3rd and 6 with 5:45 to go. No timeouts left for the Raiders. If you're able to pick up this 3rd and 6, that would certainly feel good in terms of running this clock way down. At the Raiders, at the Ravens, at the Chargers before the bye week, and then home against the Steelers and in Dallas for the next 4 games on this Bengals schedule. A tough stretch that's going to show you a lot about this team. We got AFC contenders and then go into a place in the NFC where we really struggled to win over the years. So we'll see what happens over that next 4 games, 5 weeks. 3rd and 6 now for the Bengals. Joe Burrow deep. He finds Gesecki over the middle. 30, 20, 25, 10, 5. Touchdown, Bengals! Woohoo! Touchdown, Bengals, baby! We got another song. What a great game, Mike Gesecki. Joe Burrow walking off the field, straight face, mean mugging. What a day, Mike Gesecki. Holy cow. Wow. Have yourself a day. 5 catches, 100 yards, and 2 touchdowns for Mike Gesecki. That is incredible. Extra point to make it 38. 38-17. We're singing again. Hear that Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry. An offensive brute, run passer boot, and defensively he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! There we go, baby. 38 push-ups, guys. We're pushing it. We're pushing it now. We're pushing it now. If we get the ball back, let's make sure we run out the clock. No need for any more points. We got a team right here in town. Ain't never let us down. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Except for the 5 teams that have beat us so far this year, because we are 3-5. But that's all right. Vibes are high. We're up 38-17. We're feeling good. Love to see that on 3rd down. That kick into the end zone for a touchback. 38-17 as the Raiders offense going to take over. Joe Burrow not happy on the sidelines after the touchdown. Burrow not happy at all after that touchdown pass. 26 of 37 for 248, 5 touchdowns, which ties his career high, and then the 1 pick 6. Trey Hendrickson with another great pass rush. It's a sack. The ball is out. Can the Bengals recover? They cannot. They can! They can! The Bengals do recover! Ball squirts out under the Raiders lineman. Bengals recover, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm officially getting nervous about these push-ups. 5:29 to go. 4 sacks on the day for Trey Hendrickson, and it's looking like I'm going to have to do 40-plus push-ups. Whoo! What a play, Henny. And way to stick with it, Logan Wilson. Easy to give up on that play when 77 dives on the ball. I thought he recovered it. I assume everyone did. But that ball sneaks out. And Logan Wilson able to recover. That rocks. 5.5 minutes to go. Chase Brown with the carry. Around the corner inside the 10. Great awareness to cut back and go down inbounds to keep this clock rolling. Let's see, where does the chat stand on doing a couple sets here? Can I do a couple sets? Or are you guys expecting this in one fell swoop? I'm not asking for a long break. Can I get some sets here? Can I get some love from the chat? Only sets if it goes over 40. No love from the chat. I'll do whatever you guys want. Handoff up the gut. Chase Brown picks up 3. It's going to be 3rd and 1. I'll put a poll in the chat, and we'll go with whatever the final answer is when the game ends. There we go. I'll do whatever you guys want. There's a pass to Tanner Hudson. Gets the first down, and is he in for the touchdown? Just short. Down at the 1. Tanner Hudson unable to score, down at the 1. Inbounds, clock will roll. All right, Brave. You're not getting clap push-ups out of me. Not at 40. Down at the 1-yard line now. 1st and goal. 3:13 left in this game. It's a handoff up the gut to Chase Brown, who's stacked up at the line of scrimmage for no gain. 2nd and goal now for the Bengals as this clock ticks down under 3. This poll's much closer than I thought. Some of you guys have a soul and love me. But it doesn't seem like it's going to break through. We're sitting at 53-47 for all at once. And I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give the best form I got. I do assure you you'll get better form if you let me do 2 sets. So you have to be okay with that. It's a delay of game on the Bengals because of a late substitution, which allowed the Raiders to sub. They took advantage by sending a guy on very late, causing the Bengals to delay a game. Just more confusion, resulting in yards for the Bengals because you already burned 2 of your timeouts earlier in the game on delay of games. Incredibly frustrating there. Nothing you can do as Joe Burrow can't exactly hike the ball with the ref standing in your way. 2nd and goal now. Backed up. $2:25 left in this one. 38-17 is the Bengals lead. Chase Brown takes it down to the 4. I appreciate all the campaigning in the chat. We do have 2 minutes left in a football game that we have to win here. 38-17, Bengals lead at the 2-minute warning. It's 3rd and goal. I would love for Chase to get his TD here. That would certainly be great. Two minutes to go, 120 seconds to hopefully our 4th win of the season. Clawing back towards 500, towards the playoff picture. Long, long way to go. TD without the points. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate someone on my side here. We do have a neck-and-neck poll here. It's 50-50. On 2 sets versus at once here. 50-50. I'm leaving it up to you, chat. And whichever way you vote, I'm going to do it. So it's going to come down to this vote. It's now 51-49, leaning towards at once. But we'll see what happens here. Very, very close. Much closer on the poll than I expected. So make sure you vote if you feel strongly one way or the other. 45-17 would not be good. 45-17. I'll take the touchdown. I'll sing the song. I'll get happy about it. That'd be tough. That'd be tough. I'm trying to think about where I'm going to do these push-ups. I really did not expect to have to do 40 push-ups today. That was not on my itinerary. After 4 sacks today, Trey Hendrickson, first in the NFL in sacks. Trey Hendrickson with 11. What a great, great player he's been in his time in stripes. A lot of people thought that was an overpay, thought he wasn't an elite pass rusher that the Bengals paid for. He's been nothing short of spectacular in his time in Cincinnati, and this season putting together maybe his best season of his career. 3rd and goal from the 4, Bengals offense. It's a goal line fade to Jamar Chase, incomplete, 4th down. Goal line fade is my least favorite play in the sport of football, and shocker, it didn't work. That's a good throw, a good attempt at a high point catch, but that play just, I hate goal line fades. Hate them, hate them, hate them. 1:57 left in this one. Bengals going for the field goal. Chip shot for McPherson. Just a 22-yard attempt. It's another delay of game for the Bengals. Out of timeouts in the 4th quarter because you've had to call them with the play clock ticking down earlier in this half. Now 2 delay of games late in this one. Horrible, horrible coaching in that facet of the game. Calidamitis gets ready for the snap. Sends it back. Rico gets the hold down. McPherson kicks it through. 41-17 now. Bengals over the Raiders here in Cincinnati. Under 2 minutes to go in this game. Thank God Joe Burrow had a good game today, because if he didn't, this pick that they're showing on the broadcast right now, Macaulay Culkin dressed as Joe Burrow, Bengals fans are going to get sick of that one if Joe ever puts up a stinker. So thank God after that picture enters circulation, you get a really good game from Burrow. Bengals kick it away now. Under 2 minutes to go in this one. Second and 10 now for Ritter and this Raiders offense. Amir Abdullah up the gut, not enough for a first down. Good quick pass from Ritter to Jacoby Myers to pick up the first down on third. First and 10 now, a minute 25 to go in this game. Raiders with the ball. Desmond Ridder with another pass behind the line of scrimmage to Amir Abdullah, brought down by Jong Meadow. That ball popped loose, recovered by the Bengals. Refs blowing the whistle, saying he was down before that ball popped out. Big time flag there on a deep ball. It's going to be PI on the rookie Josh Newton, getting there a little early on that deep ball. Going to move the ball downfield for the Raiders. 55 seconds to go in this one. 41-17 Bengals lead. It's going to be 1st and 10 on the Bengals side of the field. Ridder now just 2 attempts short of Minshew's total. Ridder drops back to pass. He's scrambling now, looking to run, and he will. He gets out of bounds. Second and 8 now, under a minute to go. 48 seconds in the 4th. Ridder in the shotgun. No, Gardner Minshew did not get hurt. Ridder just took over. And he's in the shotgun here. He avoids the rush of Joseph Osai. Fires towards the end zone. Over the outstretched arm of Von Bell. That's going to be a touchdown for the Raiders with 41 seconds to go in this one. 41-23 now, pending the extra point or 2-point attempt for the Raiders. A good ball by Desmond Ridder to get that over Von Bell and into the hands of Brock Bowers. Raiders will announce the onside kick and give that a go, it seems. Stadium has really emptied out by the look of that shot. Not a lot of fans sticking around to see the last couple minutes of this one. In big news for Jacob and fans of Jacob, the poll is leading for 2 sets when it comes to push-ups. That is massive for the Vibes, sitting here at 41 points. We got a 53-47 lead for 2 sets. God bless America. That's big time. .41 seconds to go here. Raiders will attempt the onside kick. Not an onside kick for the Raiders. Carlson sends it deep. It's going to be returned by Kendrick Pryor out across the 20 to about the 22. 36 seconds left. Bengals are going to take a knee and win this one. My shoulders are not excited for this. But I got 41 push-ups I owe this chat. Something Bengals fans are all interested in. Coaching staff said that they would explain what happened with Tremaine Burton after the game. Obviously, a lot of different reports that he missed practice on Friday and Saturday, which leads to him being benched. But before I bring Craig on, I got 41 push-ups to do before we run this intro. So I'm going to do those right now, and it's not something I'm excited for, honestly. This is something I didn't expect to do today. 41 push-ups is It's a high number. It's a high number of push-ups, but I'm going to get it done. The poll sits at 50-50 for 2 sets versus 1 set. So I'm gonna do my hardest to give you guys 1 set. But I owe you guys 41 push-ups. Shout out for the watching. Thank you for the 100 likes. I'm going to deliver before we run this intro. There's 21. That's set 1. There's 21. Woo! Ooh. 41 push-ups. Don't say I never did anything for y'all. We got an intro coming in a post-game show. Stick around as I catch my breath and we break down a Bengals win.
Looks right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard. The Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30. The 20. He will score.
To the end zone. Down the field. And it is deflected. And gone. Touchdown. A.J. Green.
Goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon. He's gone. The knockout punch. You're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20. Touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's got it. Touchdown. Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
Welcome in, everybody. Chatterbox Bengals here with you after the Bengals Week 9 win. Pardon me, little out of breath. Just had to do 41 push-ups because our wonderful live chat got us to 100 likes during the game stream there. Of course, when I sign up for the push-ups, they just got to score 41. So that's great, Craig. But I'm here and I'm ready to go. Probably the best vibes after a game that we've seen all year long.
I mean, I'm going to try and do my best to stay positive here.
You have to. You have to.
Always come into these shows with extremely positive vibes. I'm a negative Nancy a lot of times. Look, the Bengals were near perfect for probably 70 to 75% of that game. There was another 25 to 30% of it where they didn't look great. I'm going to ignore that last drive by the Raiders. Yeah. That's whatever. There's certainly still things for this team to get better at. But the bottom line is that they did what they were supposed to do against this Raiders team who's not very good. They took advantage of the offensive line and the injuries that stacked up against this Raiders team over the course of this game. And Joe Burrow did what Joe Burrow did and scores 5 touchdowns through the air. Overall, got to be really happy with what you saw out of this Bengals team today. And now the focus shifts almost immediately to Thursday night in a absolutely huge matchup against the Baltimore Ravens.
That's right. And I know a lot of people outside of obviously the main focus for the Bengals sitting at 3-5 is to win the game in front of you, but you can't help but to scoreboard watch and look ahead and see what other results would mean for this team at this point. And I know a lot of people were focused on that Broncos-Ravens game, and if the Broncos were able to take care of business, then the Bengals have a chance next week against Baltimore to get to the same 5-5 record and kind of be right back in the mix for the AFC North. Well, the Ravens didn't let that door open at all, put their foot on the throat of the Broncos, and show that they are a legitimate contender in the AFC, and it's just a slip-up against the Raiders and a slip-up against the Browns. They do have the ability to beat the really good teams, or I guess the playoff teams. The Broncos are certainly a playoff team in the AFC right now, sitting at 5 wins, and a convincing win for the Ravens, but we'll focus on next week when it gets here. This week was massive for the Bengals. Coming into it, I said that this was the biggest game left on the Bengals schedule. I think this is the last chance before you get in a 4-week stretch or a 4-game, 5-week stretch with the bye in there, where you have to play competitors every single week. You go Ravens, Chargers, Steelers, Cowboys. You have to play those teams. You have to play well in order to beat those teams. This was our last chance at a get-right game, if you will, to get everything clicking, and both sides of the ball, for the most part, got right. The offense was phenomenal, and the defense up until the end really showed a lot, and it's that next man up mentality. We saw Jordan Battle make a great play on a PBU. We saw Cody Ford really do a great job at right tackle today, or left tackle today, in replacement of Orlando Brown. And then Mike Gesecki steps up and has a 100-yard receiving game when we talked all pregame about not having great weapons because Jermaine Burton's inactive, Charlie Jones out, T. Higgins out. This game, this story was the story of the next man up, and that's great to see for this Bengals team as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of big positives coming out of this one. I think, again, we're going to talk a lot about it. We're going to wait until after Zach Taylor has his press conference and we can see what kind of quotes we get out of him before we really talk about the Jermaine Burton situation. But like it says, I mean, next man up, right? So Jamar Chase without T. Higgins has quite honestly not been the Jamar Chase that we know, not quite as explosive as the Jamar Chase that we like to see. Today he goes 7 catches, only 43 yards. A lot of those catches behind the line of scrimmage. Now without T. Higgins on the year, last week he goes 9 catches, only 54 yards. The first 2 weeks of the year, 6 catches for 62 yards, 4 catches for 35 yards. So Jamar Chase without T. Higgins has been an issue, and it's always been a question of who's going to step up and take on that role when T. Higgins is out. And it felt like today that Joe Burrow really wanted to lean on Andre Yoshivas.
Yeah.
And Andre just quite frankly couldn't step up to the plate and pick up where T. Higgins left off. And so Joe Burrow had to turn to the next best weapon, and that was Mike Gesicki. And Mike Gesicki came through with a number of really high-quality catches.
Yeah.
Strong hands early in the game on a play where he was completely draped by the Raiders defender. Later in the game with jumping catch, obviously the 2 touchdowns that he adds as well. A really high-quality game out of Mike Gesicki. And as Joe Burrow looks to find who his next man up is going to be, Mike Gesicki seems to be that guy. And every time T. Higgins is not there, Mike Gesicki seems to be the one to step up. We thought maybe we'd get Jermaine Burton today. That wasn't the case. We'll talk about that later. But the bottom line is that Mike Gesicki is really showing the ability to be what we talked about in this preseason about kind of being your slot receiver. And he showed it again today that he can absolutely take on that role when he's asked. And with the Eric All injury that I don't know that we found a official announcement on yet, but didn't look good, Mike Gesicki will continue to need to step in. Drew Sample will also need to step up. Drew Sample with a touchdown today after the Eric All injuries as well. So all over the field, number of guys stepping up into unexpected positions, and for the most part, really performed pretty well.
I know that Jamar Chase not having a great game without T. Higgins has sort of become the expectation at this point, which does really hurt. But for Joe Burrow to have a 5-touchdown game and Jamar Chase not have one of them is really a huge boost for me when it comes to talking about this team, because what was the conversation just 2 weeks ago when T. Higgins got hurt? This team's way too Jamar and T. Higgins centric. And I don't know that I necessarily saw anything today that made me optimistic about any of these guys as a long-term wide receiver option, but it at least showed that This team scored 41 points without T. Higgins giving you anything, with Jamar Chase giving you very little production. That's not something that I thought was really possible. I mean, the other games that we've been without T. Higgins and Jamar Chase has played poorly, the Bengals have escaped in incredibly low-scoring games. Kudos to great defensive play. The defense played great today, but the offense scored 41 points. You beat anyone scoring 41 points in regulation. So incredible feeling for this offense to be able to perform without huge numbers from Jamar Chase and no T. Higgins. But my question with Mike Gesecki comes back to what we talked about last week. Where does he go when T. Higgins comes back? Because that's 100 yards today on 5 catches. He had 73 on 7 catches last week. Without T. Higgins against the Chiefs, he had 7 grabs for 91 yards. This is a guy that's been an incredibly productive receiver when you put a little bit more on his plate. But it seems like when you ask him to be the 3rd or 4th option in the offense, he just completely disappears. I hope when T. Higgins gets back and is healthy, Zach Taylor and these offensive coaches don't shy away from continuing to use Mike Gesecki. He's a really, really good piece of this offense.
Well, I think the question is it Zach Taylor shying it away, or is it Joe Burrow shying away? When you have 2 elite wide receivers, how often are you making it through your progression where you're finding yourself to the 3rd wide receiver option? And that's, quite frankly, hasn't had to happen most times because T. Higgins is typically open, and if he's not open, you trust him to go up and make contested catches.
Right. When
they're blanketing T, then they're leaving Jamar Chase open. So there's a lot of different things that go into it. I think ultimately, this team has to have 2 weapons. And I think we've seen that. And today was Mike Gesecki that stepped up and was able to be that second weapon. But I think that really speaks volumes about what the offense can be, right? Is that they don't have to have 5 different guys that can be explosive on the outside. They don't need that. As long as they have 2 guys that they can rely on, this team can be successful. And when you have, another guy in Chase Brown adding 27 carries for 120 yards, and then he adds 5 catches out of the backfield for 37 yards and a touchdown, you've got 3 legitimate weapons that the defense has to worry about. And again, we'll step back and say, look, this Raiders defense is not very good. We recognize that.
Right.
But the fact of the matter still remains that Joe Burrow started this game 15 for 15 for 104 yards. And the first interception came on a pass where Max Crosby got a little tip on a screen. So, I think it goes to show that, first and foremost, that we don't have to have multiple explosive receivers, and maybe T is more expendable than we thought. The other piece of it, and probably the more accurate piece of it, is that Joe Burrow is him. And Joe Burrow is absolutely a top 2 quarterback in this league. And anybody who doesn't watch the Bengals probably doesn't know that. But
absolutely,
every time you watch him, just his ability to make plays, fit balls into tight windows, be able to be accurate while on the move. I mean, he does everything well. When it comes to physically playing this game, I still have questions about pre-snap reads and some of the other decisions that have been made pre-snap. But when that ball is in play and he has it in his hands, there's very few other guys that I would trust to the level that I trust Joe Burrow to make a play.
I 100% agree, and that's what it came down to today was the ability to make plays. We've not talked about it a lot over the last few weeks, but the most underrated part of Joe Burrow's game is his legs. And today he really used his legs in a lot of great, crucial situations for the Bengals. Only sacked once for a loss of 8 yards, and that's honestly more of a credit to Joe Burrow, I think, after watching today's game than it is to the offensive line. Obviously, a 1-sack game credit is certainly due towards the offensive line, but the amount of times Joe Burrow was able to get a pass off when a guy was either in his chest pushing him to the ground, draped on his left arm and he's throwing it one-handed, or simply running for his life, working his way back to the line and dumping it off to an open receiver. Joe Burrow was phenomenal today off platform, and that just goes to the next man up. That's just part of his game that he has to improve on when you have Orlando Brown out. I think you know that you're going to have more opportunities with guys in the offensive backfield when you have Cody Ford playing left tackle. And we know the struggles that the interior has faced this year. And Mims, I think he's going to be a great player, but this is still very, very young into his NFL career. Joe Burrow knew that there were some deficiencies there, and he wasn't worried about getting off platform. He wasn't scared by the pressure and immediately tucking to run. He ran to throw, and it resulted in not just 1 touchdown, it resulted in 2 touchdowns out of his 5. And then how many other times did it extend the drive? I think as we see Joe Burrow continue to mold his game to what each game presents as the need for the Bengals offense in order to give them the ability to win, it just continues to prove how crucial he is for this team. Can he throw for 200 yards and 5 touchdowns and get a win? Absolutely. We just saw it. Can he throw for 405 touchdowns and take you to the brink against the Raiders or against the Ravens? For sure. We've seen it. And then he wins games throwing 150 when you're able to win games 17-10 or whatever it was against the Giants. This is different stuff that proves that you're a great quarterback, not a good quarterback. Not having to win games the same way every week, it just continues to prove that Joe Burrow really is just one of one, and we're incredibly lucky to have him here.
Yeah, and the Bengals need to continue to invest in protecting him. And I know that we've taken a big step, adding the Browns on the outside. Amarius Mims has shown certainly the ability to be an everyday starting tackle. 99 true pass block snaps now for Amarius Mims on the season. 0 hits, 0 sacks allowed out of the rookie. Those are the types of things that you're going to need to see. On the flip side, though, the interior of this offensive line is still a liability. And I know a lot of people are focusing this week, especially with the trade deadline looming, about improving at corner, improving on the defensive line. I wouldn't be opposed to the Bengals going out and seeing if there's an interior offensive lineman available at this deadline as well to continue to stack, pieces on this line to protect Joe Burrow, because the few times that Joe Burrow was pressured and the sack itself as well, was it just either miscommunications by the offensive line, which we've seen over and over again, or just missed assignments or
right.
a number of other things. And it's seemingly always on this interior of the offensive line, specifically on Alex Kappa and Volson. And so that'll be the question moving forward is, okay, we've got our tackles of the future, hopefully, with the Browns and Amarius Mims. What's next? Does Matt Lee need to step in, and does he get more opportunities at guard maybe? Does the Bengals go out and make a trade to pick up an interior lineman? I think everybody saw it, yourself included, and everyone on social media, but there was a play in the third quarter where Volson is like pointing out blitzers and calling protections. And then what happens? They blitz right at him. They go, Volson doesn't block him at all. And the sack on Joe Burrow just completely uncontested. So, that's the one area that, is a little scary for me. And when you face good defenses can take advantage of that mismatch. Worked out today for the Bengals that the Raiders aren't that great on the interior, but it is something that definitely needs to be addressed.
Something else that was big about this game, and I know it's something easy to gloss over because most teams have a lot of them, but this is the Bengals' first home win of the year. I think that means a lot in getting this fan base back excited about this team. Going down to Paycor, I've seen a lot of sentiment about people not excited to go back to the stadium. Getting a 41-24 win at home where the offense is clicking and everyone really looks good, I think that's a big, big boost for this fan base and how the season goes forward, how we're able to turn the page next week facing Baltimore. I think a lot of fans are going to be a lot like me. This is what you wanted to see against a bad team in order to get, quote unquote, back in, at least for a 1 week stretch against Baltimore. If we would have went out and beat the Raiders 17-10 or anything like we've seen them beat the Panthers, the Giants, and the Browns before, I would have had no added confidence going into Baltimore that this was going to be any kind of different team than we've seen before. I think this at least gives me a little boost emotionally that this team has a little fight, and that's all we've asked for, is to continue to have a chance. And now we have a chance to go into Baltimore and go 5-5. A home win is huge. That would even be bigger to get back to 500. But the other thing that's going to continue to help get fans in, and something people in our chat on YouTube here have been asking for all day for us to talk about, is the reports from Diana Rossini and Sports Illustrated that the Bengals are burning up the phone lines trying to make a trade deadline addition at corner or defensive end or defensive tackle. This is something that we've both kind of brushed off all trade deadline season just because it's not something the Bengals ever do. Thought it was a waste of time to really talk about trade deadline moves, but it seems like the Bengals at least are putting up the front that they're committed to winning here and trying to improve this team down the stretch as we near the end of the season and the trade deadline on Tuesday. Craig, I know there's a couple names everyone's been throwing around. Azeez Ojulari from the Giants, the edge rusher, corner from the Rams, Tre'Davious White, a lot of other names being tossed around as trade deadline targets for the Bengals. Number one, I think the most important question, do you believe these reports? Do you think the Bengals are actually being proactive and trying to make a move? Or do you think they're just putting on a front for a fan base that's pretty fed up?
Well, I think if they have any expectation to continue to give this fan base any sort of hope this year, that they need to do something. And whether the calls are a front or not, at the end of the day, I'm tired of watching around the league and valuable guys being picked up for trade swaps or late round picks. I mean, those are the type of things that every time you see it, you're like, why wouldn't the Bengals do that exact same move? It makes no sense. But you look at it, and Kelsey Conway had it earlier this week, and you just mentioned it, but the Bengals don't make in-season moves. The last time the Bengals made an in-season move regarding a player was 2020 when they moved Carlos Dunlap to Seattle and they received BJ Finney. Prior to that, the last in-season trade where they acquired a player was 1972. So in 52 years of the Cincinnati Bengals, they've made 2 in-season trades where they acquired a player.
Right.
2. So I think it's one of those situations where if the Bengals really want to tell the fan base that we're for real, we want you to continue to spend your money and come to these games and buy concessions and buy merchandise and pay for parking, they need to go out and make a move that shows that they are serious about this, because everyone, ourselves included, know that there are still holes on this team that need to be addressed. There's nobody sitting here saying, hey, this team on paper right now is good enough to win a Super Bowl. But if you were to sit there and tell me, hey, the Bengals went out and they acquired a defensive lineman and a cornerback, I may look at you and say, okay, well, give them a week to adjust to the system and everything else. But maybe this is a legitimate move, and maybe this team is actually trying to compete. But the word on the street every single year around Mike Brown is that all they care about is money. And so for a team who has $9 million in cap space, last I checked, for a team who does not draft well, go out, give up some capital in the draft, address your needs, and let's bring in somebody and compete to advance in the playoffs this year. And, you know, I think as obviously Joe Burrow believes it, I believe it. We talked about it this week. Even sitting at 4-5, the way this AFC is shaping out, you are 100% still in the mix.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely,
they've got to make a move.
You do. You do have to make a move. And if Jermaine Burton is going to not give you anything, still waiting on Zach Taylor's press conference for more clarity there, then I think something else you should be exploring is a wide receiver 3. And it's just because of T. Higgins' inability to stay on the field. We've seen how much this team takes a step back. Mike Gesecki, 100 yards. Without that kind of production from the tight end position today, you really don't have a lot from the receiving room. Jamar Chase, like we've talked about a bunch, unable to put up massive numbers without a number 2 wide receiver. Whether that's on him, on the scheme, or on defenses rolling coverage his way. If I'm the Bengals, I'm exploring cheap wide receiver 3 options for the rest of this season. I think that's something that I would certainly be interested in bringing in and opening up this offense, because if T. Higgins has to miss 2 or 3 more games this season for whatever other soft tissue injury is going to pop up during a Friday walkthrough, I would like to have another option to take some of those snaps off of Yoshivas Jones, and if Jermaine Burton ever gets on a good enough page to play. So I think there's a lot of positions that not only the Bengals would benefit from trading for, but are out there to be traded for, which I think is just as big of a piece of this whole thing. A lot of times we talk about the Bengals' needs, and those things aren't out there. It certainly seems like they are, and those teams are actively shopping good players at the positions of need. So I certainly hope that the Bengals can make a move and improve this team. Vibes going into Thursday night after this win and an infusion of talent into this team, they might be as high as we could have ever expected after the start we had to this season. I don't know that Bengals fans would really feel much better than after a Tuesday edition of a starter to this team, and then going into Baltimore on Thursday night and hopefully getting to 500. But the hero of this game...
Real quick. Mo Egger from 1530 ESPN Radio said it best. He said, this was during the game or shortly after, he said, beat a bad team on Sunday, trade for some help on Monday, beat a good team on Thursday. And I think that's really where the Bengals are at right now. I mean, go all in, bring in the guys that you think need to be here, and let's turn this thing around. And you mentioned it, Zach Taylor press conference is now complete. Our friend Charlie Goldsmith with some quotes on that I want to touch on before we move forward into Chase Brown and the rest of this rundown, because I know people want to talk about it. So first and foremost, before we get into Jermaine Burton, I want to mention, again, Zach Taylor, there's a lot more we can do better. Little things that stunted drives on offense. It could have been a bigger output day had we been on the same page with some communication things. This is what I talked about before, the interior of that offensive line, very clearly not on the same page on many plays.
Yeah.
The other thing that obviously had a big effect on the outcome, not really on the outcome, but on the final score, was on that final drive where the Bengals had a substitution error and then had the delay of game that pushed them back. Again, things that didn't matter in the long run, but when you go into Thursday night and you face a team like the Ravens, things that are going to matter. Now for the things that I think this chat really wants to hear about and talk about. Zach Taylor on Jermaine Burton. First and foremost, I think it's important to talk about this, and I think we knew this. Quote, he was a big part of the plan coming into this week. So we knew that. T. Higgins was going to be down. We expected him to be out this week. The expectation around the Cincinnati fan base was that this was going to be Jermaine Burton's coming out week. Zach Taylor seems to echo that. And then he goes on to say, quote, late in the week, we had to handle our business the right way. It was the right decision to sit Jermaine today. He's going to have a really good career here. We're going to support him. Today was a necessary step for him to make. Jermaine understands the situation. His best days are ahead of him. We're going to help him get there. Now, Zach didn't come out and directly say it, but there's enough reports out there now that I am in this boat. And I tweeted it out yesterday and said, look, there were no reliable reports of what was going on with Jermaine Burton. There were a lot of people talking. There's nothing reliable in terms of what actually happened. We find out basically as soon as Jermaine Burton is announced as inactive for today, that he did in fact miss walkthrough yesterday morning. Mm-hmm. He was a quote, no call, no show to the walkthrough. Now, let's start there. I want to go back a little bit farther after a minute, but let's get your initial reaction to, first and foremost, the report that he did miss practice, and then after that, the quotes from Zach Taylor about him being part of the plan and how he's going to have a good career here in the long term.
I think the two camps here on this situation, at least as the story continues to unravel, is we need to focus on winning. Who cares if he skipped practice? He needs to be in there if he gives us the best chance to win. And then the other side, which is more where I stand, is you can't win long-term if you have no culture in your building. And if you let guys skip practice without any kind of punishment, then you have no culture in your building. I think sitting a guy that is reportedly late to one practice and skips another is exactly the right call. I think that's a big picture item that you make and you show guys that, hey, this is unacceptable here. We're a team trying to win a Super Bowl. We're a team trying to crawl out of a pretty big hole we dug ourselves in the preseason, in the beginning of the season. You can't have guys missing practice. That's just not something professionals do. You can't have that. You have a guy who has a massive opportunity in front of him, a chance to break out. Zach Taylor said a massive, massive part of this game plan this week. You can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink. Jermaine Burton clearly does not want to drink. How many more opportunities can we give this guy without any kind of punishment? I was already sitting here saying, who cares if he knows the playbook or knows what routes to run? We can coach him through that. Just get him out there and let him run streaks. Now we have to let him skip practice too? I don't get it. I don't get the people that think he should have had to play. Sure, he should have been playing, because I think it's a much bigger picture problem if you let guys skip practice and just play in games without any kind of repercussions.
Yeah, I mean, Zach Taylor is to maybe to his detriment, he is a culture guy.
Yeah,
like
right.
His role, even though with the offensive play calling and everything else, Zach Taylor is a culture guy. Mm-hmm. And we've talked about, if nothing else, the thing that Zach Taylor does well is he's created a culture where players want to play for him and believe in him. And I think this was, as he called it, a necessary step, right? Is it hard to swallow when a guy who's expected to be a top one or two receiver for you this week has to be sat down? Absolutely. Is it beneficial that this happened against the Raiders and not against the Ravens? Maybe a little bit. But I think for me, what I go back to, and this is the question that, I think a lot of people have to continue to ask, is I go back to draft day, Jacob, and I go back to Nick Saban's reaction when the Bengals drafted Jermaine Burton. And I went back and I found it, and I pulled up the clip and I read the quotes, and here's what Nick Saban had to say about Jermaine Burton literally as the Bengals announced him as their draft pick. He said emotional maturity is the best way to say it. Do the right things all the time. There's a difference between playing with emotion and being emotional. When you get emotional, you make bad decisions and you lose your brain. He does everything right. He's a competitor on the field, but off the field, he's got a lot of maturing still left to do. And I think that ultimately is exactly what came down to it.
Yep.
Now, there's been a lot of conversation, Jacob, about the Bengals' lack of scouting department. There's been conversations around a lot of different things as it pertains to the draft. The Bengals knew what they were getting with Jermaine Burton.
Absolutely.
And you look back at some other players who have been drafted and some of the off the field issues that have happened, and teams typically find a way to affect the outcome of that player. But I continue to look at situations where the Bengals have had players who were known liabilities that they have not been able to turn into a professional, I guess is the best way to put it. And Jermaine Burton is the latest example, but I go back even to the Marvin Lewis era, and it's just been this way with the Bengals for a long time. You look at Vontaze Burfict, and he wasn't able to change the way he played, and he was suspended multiple times. You know, God rest his soul. You look at guys like Chris Henry, who had multiple off-the-field issues throughout his career. The Bengals as an organization have not figured out how to take these quote-unquote at-risk players and turn them into professionals. And so to take a risk on a guy who you knew was a potential liability off the field. Now, granted, he's not getting into legal trouble. He's just lazy and likes to sleep in. That's a lot different. But they're clearly not putting the tools around these guys to turn them into professionals.
Right.
Like that's the thing that's frustrating. And you heard from Jermaine Burton this week, and Bruce just put it in the chat. He said, I can't put myself in. Well, guess what? You had a chance this week and you took yourself out.
Right.
So you may not be able to put yourself in, but you can certainly take yourself out. And time again, this Bengals organization hasn't had the opportunity or hasn't been able to capitalize on Jermaine Burton's talent because of the off the field issues.
And I think I'm officially throwing in the white flag. Until Jermaine Burton shows me that he wants to be out there as bad as I want him out there, I think I'm gonna stop fighting for it. I'm gonna stop screaming for it. And once he's out there and he continues to produce and proves that he is taking it seriously enough to be on the field for the long term, then I'll get back in his camp. I think Jermaine Burton's gonna be a very, very good player for the Bengals at some point in his career. But when it comes to 2024, maybe this year, this rookie season's just gonna be a wash for Burton as he figures out how to be a professional and hopefully moves forward as a difference maker in this offense. But it certainly doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon. Someone that is a difference maker in this offense and really put their stamp on that position today, Chase Brown. Chase Brown was left all to his lonesome in the backfield today with the neck injury to Zach Moss. He's the only running back that got any carries. He got 27 carries, and he took them for 120 yards, no touchdowns, did have one through the air. Chase Brown proving that he is a bell cow back. I think that's what we learned today. You don't need the Zach Moss change of pace secondary back with Chase Brown. He's the guy, and we have a guy. And as long as you give him enough carries to get him that tread and get him in a groove and get rolling in a game, he can do some really special things. I'm very, very excited about Chase Brown. This was a massive, massive game for him and my optimism in him as the true lead back of this Bengals offense. The rushing attack has been a big talking point as we continue to see Joe Mixon tear it up in Houston. A lot of people continue to post those stat lines and say, wish he was in Cincinnati. Well, I think it's important to give these guys credit that are here when they do perform. And today, Chase Brown absolutely performed. He had 37 yards through the air on 5 catches for a touchdown, and then those 27 carries on the ground for 120 yards. That's a true lead back. That's a guy taking his touches and making the most out of them. Just over 30 touches on the day and really making a difference. I absolutely love what I saw out of Chase Brown today. He really gave me some optimism every time he touched the ball. The burst is insane. If he finds even the smallest sliver in that defense, he's taking it for a chunk play. I absolutely love what I saw from Chase Brown.
Yeah, I liked a lot about what I saw out of Chase Brown today. And I texted you before the game. You talked about it during the game, obviously. I texted you beforehand. I went low thinking, okay, well, Zach Taylor, I can't trust anything Zach Taylor does.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I wanted to see 20-plus touches out of Chase Brown. He had 8 on the first drive alone. Chase Brown looked really good today. And there's 2 other pieces that I think are worth talking about beyond just his 27 carries for 120 yards. One of the things that the Bengals talked about that they wanted to see improvement from Chase Brown was his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield and make plays in that way. 5 catches for 37 yards on 5 targets. So he caught every ball that was thrown his way, didn't have any of the drops like he had last week. I thought that was a nice improvement as well. Had a nice touchdown. That was on a scramble drill where Joe Burrow was scrambling to his right. Chase Brown works his way open for the touchdown. I thought he showed some really good things in the passing game as well today, which is going to help his ability to stay on the field if and when Zach Moss does get back. The other thing that I've talked about time and time again on this show that I thought really showed itself today, the Bengals committed to the run, and what happened? The offensive line got in a groove, and they opened up some massive holes for Chase Brown today. That 21-yard run for him in the third quarter, I think it was, he had a giant hole on that play. And so much of it goes to that offensive line, and I talk about it, and there's no stat around it. I don't have a stat that says, oh, well, when the Bengals run the ball this many times, their offensive line does this PFF grade or whatever. At the end of the day, anecdotally, I think most people know that offensive linemen love to just get physical and push you around, and they can do that a lot more when the running game is in effect. And from the very first drive, they ran the ball the first 2 plays of the game, and they kept on with that throughout the entire game. It felt like the offensive line really got in a groove, was able to open up some holes for Chase Brown, and because of his explosiveness, he was able to really take advantage of some of those holes.
And I think that's something that the Bengals have wanted to see. I don't know if you've necessarily had the faith in him to give him this many carries when Zach Moss has been active. Your hand was forced today with a neck injury to Zach Moss, one that's looking like it might be pretty serious, that he might end up on IR and miss significant time during the season. It looks like we might get more out of Chase Brown in the next few weeks, next 4 weeks or so. So hopefully more of the same. I know it's the Raiders defense, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get excited about this Bengals offense when we have a chance, because there hasn't been very many chances to get excited about this team this year. So we're going to seize this opportunity, and Chase Brown certainly gave us a good reason to get excited today. Moving to the other side of the ball, the Bengals defense continues to play well against lackluster opponents. This is now really the 4th game against bottom-of-the-barrel offenses. The Week 1 loss against the Patriots, holding the Patriots to only 16 points. I know that game is always talked about in a bad light, but it was a good start to the season for the defense. Against the Giants, holding them to 7, holding the Browns to 14 with the touchdown at the very end of the game. And then this team is really played well against these bad teams, and they hold the Raiders to 24, but one of those touchdowns right at the end of the game, for the vast majority of this game, this defense was lights out. I mean, it's a pick 6 by Joe Burrow, which brings the Raiders over 20 points. Otherwise, we'd continue to have this streak against those bad teams, holding them under 20 points. I really like what I've seen out of this defense. I think it's a big building block out of the first couple weeks where we thought that we weren't going to be able to stop anybody. At least we can slow down the bad offenses. I think that's something that we can put a little bit of solace in as they move forward, is that this defense isn't the worst of the worst. We're able to slow down those bad teams, and that at least gives you a little bit of optimism as you move forward. Maybe these guys can get better in the short term and find a way to click like this against one of the good teams, because we do have a lot of good teams coming up. That's why I'm choosing to enjoy this game as much as I can, because as I've said before, Raiders, Chargers, Steelers, Cowboys, a 4-game stretch that's going to tell you all you need to know about this team on both sides of the ball. But today, another good showing by the defense against a pretty poor offense.
I think that's the most important thing, is that it was against a poor offense and they did what they were supposed to. And they've done what they were supposed to do pretty much all season long. I mean, if you look at the matchups, they've done basically what you expected them to do, right? They hold the Patriots to 16. They give up points to the Chiefs. They give up points to the Commanders. At the time, Jaden Daniels was, red hot.
Yeah.
And they did. It's just, unfortunately, the Bengals defense is very predictable, right? Now, what I would hope that maybe this is a get right game, right? You've got the Eagles game now in your rear view. All right, let's refocus. Let's do what we're supposed to do. Raiders, not a very good team, both offensively and defensively. Let's take care of business and let's go out and turn them down. And really, for, outside of that opening drive, they did that for the first 3.5 quarters or so. They get that touchdown with 13 minutes left to make it 31-17 or whatever on the pick six, which wasn't their fault. So yeah, I mean, if you look at the Bengals defense overall, the 2 touchdowns that they gave up was the opening drive, which then they buckled down and they held the Raiders offense in check through the rest of the game. And the last drive of the game, that quite frankly didn't matter when they were in a prevent defense. So, I mean, overall, I think you have to be pretty happy with what you saw out of this Bengals defense. But again, they continue to do what you expect them to do. What happens on Thursday night?
That's right.
This will be a real big test with Lamar Jackson.
And that's the big question. Going into that last Ravens game, we hadn't seen really any reason to be optimistic about this defense. A 26-25 loss to the Chiefs, a 38-33 loss to the Commanders, allowing 24 points to Andy Dalton and the Panthers, and then turning around and giving you more of the same against the Ravens with a 41-38 overtime loss. This defense was abysmal from weeks 2 through 5. And then since then, they've looked much better with the exception of the one elite offense we played in Philadelphia that scored 37 points. So hopefully they can tap into this well, but much, much more optimism. At least we've seen better defensive play going into this version or this matchup against Baltimore as opposed to last time where we didn't even know it was out there. Hopefully the Bengals can remain healthy. We've seen the offensive side bitten by late week injuries the last 2 weeks. Fingers crossed that the defense doesn't fall to the same bug and is able to stick with it and have everyone healthy for this game as we go into Baltimore next Thursday. This last question isn't what you think, Craig. I'm sure you looked at the J Bar and said, is he going to sit here and say he's back in after a 41-24 win over the Raiders? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm really close. I'm really close.
Oh, jeez.
I think if we're beating the Ravens away from being all the way back in, right? That's what this is asking. If we beat the Ravens on Thursday Night Football, everything is in front of us at 5-5.
I mean, there's a difference between having everything in front of you and being all the way back, Jacob. Like, if we beat the Ravens, oh my God. You can't sit here and look at last week where you lost 37-17 to the Eagles.
You're right.
And then turn around and say, oh, we won one game against a trash football team in the Las Vegas Raiders. If we happen to pick up a win against the Baltimore Ravens, maybe I'm all the way back. No, it's just not true.
Okay.
Is there a world where the Bengals come out and if they beat the Ravens 41-24, maybe I'm leaning a lot heavier than I am today. But just beating the Ravens doesn't bring me all the way back yet. I
think that's fair. You talked me off the ledge a little bit.
I think the thing that we have to remember is exactly what you just talked about, is that there are a lot of really, really competitive games still on this schedule for this Bengals team. And ultimately, whether we want to admit it or not, the only way that this Bengals team makes the playoff is to be consistently good for the remainder of the schedule. We can't continue to have these up and down weeks like we've had over the last several weeks. Like, we have to just put together back to back weeks of high quality football if we want to make the playoffs. Right. Now, you're going up against teams where you absolutely can do that and make an impact. I strongly believe that the Bengals have the pieces to beat the Ravens, to beat the Chargers, to beat the Steelers, to beat the Cowboys, to beat the Titans, to beat the Browns, to beat the Broncos. Like, absolutely, they have the pieces to do that. they've just been too inconsistent for me so far. And if I'm being honest at this point, it almost feels like I'm not going to be all the way back until they clinch a playoff spot, because I just have so little trust right now in the way things have gone. So listen, I'm definitely not all the way back right now. We know that.
All right.
Am I gonna be back if the Bengals beat the Ravens on Thursday night? I'm gonna feel better, but there's just so much work left to do because you put yourself in the hole that you put yourself in through the first 8 weeks, that it's really hard to get all the way back in until we're in. So
there's really not a
that's where I'm
spot
at.
this season without clinching a spot that you're completely out of the mix of missing the playoffs here. I think the ceiling for this team is getting to 10 wins, and that's what we always talk about as the wild card teams in the AFC. Obviously, this year the AFC's been much worse. I would wager that there's going to be a 9-win team in the AFC wild card spots just because of what we've seen so far by some of the teams that we expected to be there. But it doesn't necessarily mean the Bengals are going to have those tiebreakers. I think in order to feel confident with it, you got to get to 10 wins, and that means that you have an uphill fight with almost no wiggle room the rest of the way. The Bengals are going to have to buckle down and get the job done. A big one that cannot be overstated this week against the Ravens on a short week on Thursday Night Football. Craig and I will be back Tuesday to look back at this one. Probably a fun film day, if I had to guess. Probably a fun film day. Maybe not. Oh no, Craig's gonna poo-poo on my parade already, and we're not even Tuesday yet. But you guys will have to tune in 6 p.m. on Tuesday to find out. We'll have the key plays in here from the Bengals win over the Raiders, and we'll start to look ahead a little bit to the Thursday night matchup against the Ravens. Thank you, everyone who tuned in. Thank you for the likes on the live stream that forced me to do the push-ups. I'm feeling it in my shoulders. I'm not going to lie to you, Craig. I'm feeling it in my shoulders. Thank you to everyone who watched today. We appreciate it. Bengals win 4 wins now on the season, looking to get back to 500 next week on the short week against the Ravens. 41-24 is the final in Paycor against the Raiders. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next time.